Marche pas. Chers collègues parlementaires,
Dear colleagues, honorable members of parliament, dear Special Envoy for Peace and Security, who is joining us online, dear representatives of the organs of the African Union, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, welcome and good morning. It is always a great pleasure to welcome you here at the Pan-African Parliament to discuss issues, share experiences, and to devise strategies which would allow us to overcome the numerous challenges preventing us from taking our societies and populations forward and developing our countries. I would very much like to express my sincere gratitude to the 3 committees that are participating in this seminar: the Commission on Education, the Committee on Gender and Equality, and the Committee on Human Rights, as well as our committee, of course, on health. And I would like to thank the representatives of the African Union and our partners for supporting the work that we are doing. I would like to express my gratitude to Madame Bineta Diop, Special Envoy from the African Union on Peace and Security. I'd like to thank her for her assistance and support on the work that we are doing to protect women and children's rights. During the pandemic, the African Union Commission and the Pan-African Parliament, together with the World Trade Organization, worked on an important convention to eliminate child labor and slavery and to promote the well-being and rights of children. And the integration and socio-economic development of the continent, as well as Agenda 2063, would not be possible without the work that we are doing to enable future generations to achieve the Africa that we are dreaming of. Dear participants, our discussions today will be focused on our vision and our determination to guarantee a better future for future generations, one that would be based on Agenda 2063, one that would provide lots of advantages for these future generations. Agenda 23 is the strategic framework of the African Union, and it was devised to facilitate the socio-economic transformation of Africa. It is based on the principles of unity, security, prosperity, and dignity. And the application of Agenda 2063 requires profound changes, and these changes will most certainly have an impact on our children. And so we must share experiences, devise strategies to fill the gaps and to ensure the success of our projects and protect children's rights, of course. dear members, distinguished guests, without the treaties, the conventions, the policies, and the programs of the African Union, policies and programs that have been adopted by our government and that are available to us. These are the tools that we need to use to work together and to work also with civil society. In many instances, children are today playing the roles of adults and parents. And we need to fight against all those things that are destroying their futures. We must fight against the scourge of drugs on our continents. And we need to be firmly committed to this goal to ensure the future of our children and of this continent. I am pleading with you, therefore, pleading with everyone present to suggest innovative solutions to the problems that we have and to finish off, distinguished guests and members. The work that needs to be done goes well beyond this meeting and this discussion. There is so much to be done to ensure a good future for our children. We must be inspired by the vision of Agenda 2063, and we must work towards an Africa where each child can dream and can achieve those dreams. And with that, I declare the discussions open, and I wish you all a very good meeting.
Thank you. Je vous remercie. Chers collègues, oh là là, il y a un problème avec le micro. Non plus. Je vais me passer le tien peut-être ou je vais devant. Je regarde si ça marche. Oh là là. Voilà, c'est bon.
Okay, the microphone is working again. Thank you, Mr. Galli. Dearest colleagues, I would like to begin with asking you to approve the agenda for our workshop today. We are going to be working together for 2 days, and I would like to ask for approval of the agenda before we begin. So can I have a proposer and a seconder? So the chairperson of the Committee on Education has proposed the adoption, and it was seconded by the chairperson of the Committee on Gender. So I would now immediately like to hand the floor to my colleague, the chairperson of the Committee on Education, who is going to moderate the first part of this workshop. And we would like to invite Mr. Douglas, who is the director of the Education Project for Africa, to speak. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable experts, we are going to begin work this morning with working on the first theme, and that is the theme on policies on children and childhood in Africa. and we are going to look at research in this field, and we will be having a presentation providing us with some scientific research on the topic, and this research and the statistics that are provided will help us in our work on children and the well-being of children on the continent. And as we all know, all children have the right to live without a life without violence, without exploitation. And our experts will be talking to these points, how to ensure this. And once we have listened to the presentation, you will have an opportunity to ask questions and make comments on the themes that we are discussing. So the first presentation is going to be done by our expert based here in South Africa. And we are going to be looking at a mapping exercise on the state of children's rights in Africa. And then Mr. Douglas Mutingi Mwanja, who's the director of the education project for West Africa, who will be making a presentation as well. And so we will begin with these presentations, after which you will have an opportunity to ask questions and comment. May I please ask the two speakers to, I'm not sure if they're online or in the room with us. Oh, yes, thank you, madam. Okay, please may I ask you to come to the front of the room to be able to make your presentation facing the members. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Kijala Shako, a mother, a sister, a child rights activist, a human rights activist, and I'm here with my colleague Rachel Amondi. We are representing Save the Children International, and therefore not just South Africa, but international. And today we want to share our perspectives on child research and policy on the continent and share some of the reflections and experiences about how we've gone about it, what works and what doesn't work. Do I have your invitation to proceed? Thank you. So when we were thinking about how to go about this presentation, we thought we should look at how we can drive impact at scale and change for children, especially those most impacted by inequality and discrimination on our continent. And one of the ways we have found that really works on the continent is through doing this through regional, continental collaborations and engagements. And so one of the places we thought we would start would be just by looking at what the context looks like for children at the moment. And if you just look at that first screen, you can see different components. You're looking at shrinking civic space. You're looking at climate change and hunger. You're looking at opportunities around regional integration. You're looking at resilience and how more and more of our countries are fragile. You're looking at the large population of children and young people. We are looking at urbanization, but we're also looking at children on the move, whether as a result of the effects of climate change, conflict, and other adversities that children face. And so if we look at our geopolitics, we are seeing more and more, not just the traditional partners that our continent has, but increasingly the emergence of the United Arab Emirates. We are seeing Russia coming into play. We are seeing China and other powers that are coming in. And that really changes even our developmental trajectory and the kind of partnerships we have always been able to make, especially on developmental critical issues that regard children, human rights, and the rest. So we are seeing more and more partnerships that are not so centered on human rights, that are not so centered on development. And we also see more and more of our northern partners becoming much more nationalist. So a lot of the overseas development assistance has gone down, which we'll then cover when we come to the resourcing aspects of how we do resource the work for child policy and research. If we just look at the demographics now, every time these days we talk about children, we're also thinking about transitions into adulthood. And when we now look at the context that we will go through, we're seeing more and more of our children getting disrupted transitions into adulthood, either through early child marriage, early and forced child marriage, through conflict, hunger and therefore retarded growth. We are seeing them being on the move and therefore their health requirements, educational requirements, all getting disrupted. And yet we also do see the opportunity for African young people formulating the next human capital, not just for the continent, but for the world at large. But are they just a bulge, or are we actually going to get a demographic dividend by properly investing in our young people? There are fears that sometimes when you have a large population of young people and we don't invest with them and they are dissatisfied, then it is likely to cause security issues. And I think more and more across the continent, we see that emerging. So this is how our numbers look. When you look at the average age on the continent, you're seeing a medium age of between 17 and 20, which is a really young population that needs to be invested in for us to be able to live in an Africa that is fit for all of us. When you look at climate change, peace and security, you're seeing a lot more fragility. The dark red is Africa, where we have very high fragility, and that then also has a consideration and implication on how we undertake our governance, on how we make decisions, on how inclusive we are, if it's within the countries, from the national to the devolved levels of governance. How are we ensuring inclusion? How are we investing in young people, in children, and especially considering that they're not homogeneous. But when you're talking about children or young people, we're talking about children and young people who are differently abled. What is the investment in that? We're talking about girls and young women. What is the investment in that? We're talking about children who faced in adversities. Maybe they've been involved in conflict. How do we rehabilitate them? We're seeing young people getting more and more into drug and substance abuse. We're seeing higher and higher incidences of mental health challenges. How are we supporting all these young people without adopting an approach as though one solution works for all of them? When you look at migration, those are the numbers again. You're seeing a lot more migration out of Africa, but increasingly also migration into Africa. What are the implications for that? Whether it's around countering violent extremism, whether it's around inclusion and how we do our governance, whether it's around transference and exchange of knowledge, whether it's around how we need to deal with our curriculum and our education. What does it mean for our people? What are some of the push factors that are sending our young people from Africa, and how can we invite them to stay with us? And if they're going to leave the continent, what are some of those cross-border support mechanisms we could put into place to make them safe? When children and young people are forced by conflict or by hunger into other countries, what kind of cross-border modalities can we put in place to support them, to ensure that even as a child is moving, unaccompanied or accompanied, as a young person is moving, they are still secure within our continent? They can still access their vaccinations and healthcare requirements. They are able to continue with their education. And is there an appropriate time upon which they can come back home? So I won't go into this. We've talked about fragility. Around issues of resilience, what are some of the modalities that can be put in place? Increasingly, as an organization, we are trying to look at how child-sensitive social protection mechanisms can actually improve resilience for children and their families. How do we ensure that government child protection, social protection mechanisms have a child focus? In terms of how those social protection modalities are put in place, how do we do better targeting to make sure that we're actually reaching children within their first 1,000 days? Where there are girls who are facing adversities, how do we make sure their families are getting the appropriate support? So we'll get into that. When we look at urbanization, we realize that a lot of programming, especially by non-state actors, has always tended to focus on rural areas. But as more and more Africans are now moving into the urban areas, how does government policy, how does research, how do response services then start to be cultured around that? And then around regional integration, one of the things you will observe when you look at the adversities and the context we have discussed is that a lot of the challenges that face children and young people are not locked within borders of countries. They actually spill over. So when you're talking about climate change, it has a cross-border or multi-country component. When you're talking about conflict, when you're talking about movement of children and their families, when you're talking about hunger, when you're talking about the outbreak of diseases, mpox, COVID, cholera, it doesn't respect borders. And therefore, then for us, it becomes very critical that researches and policies and response programs then have a regional component, cross-border component, multi-country component. That then obviously does have implications for how the resourcing is done, for how collaborations are done, for how investments are done, for how inclusion is done, so that we are able not to take a very nationalistic perspective, but also a much more collaborative perspective. And as you can see from that slide, you can see that a lot of our countries sit in more than one, for instance, regional economic community. So what are the implications for that, and how do we mainstream that much better? If we now nosedive into the Agenda 2063, how can we ensure that all the different aspirations actually center children and young people, so that we are thinking more long-term, we're thinking intergenerational transference, even when we're talking about debt and debt management, how are we ensuring that our children are not getting trapped? I remember in 2010 when I had my first child, at that time, the analysis was saying that he was born owing 29,000 Kenya shillings. I shudder to imagine 14 years later, the children who are being born on our continent, how much they are owing to our different benefactors and supporters and partners. So what are we saying about that? What are we saying about our human capital when our children are already being born with a deficit? What does it mean for the kind of investment we need to do to mitigate that? And then when you come into the Agenda 2040 for children, those are the different aspirations around collaboration of national, legislative, policy, institutional frameworks, around children's statistics being registered, around children surviving and having healthy childhoods. The aspirations are many. We have 10 of them that are really zoning in on the children. This is some of the ways in which we've tried to respond as an organization, and maybe it's an invitation on what works. But looking at those 10 aspirations and the Agenda 2063, in terms of policies and researches, what can we do around access to justice, around responding to education in emergencies, around managing trafficking and smuggling? So we want to look at safe and connected pathways, because that then impacts how children move in and out of their borders. We want to continue contributing to silencing the guns, so preventing violent extremism, APSA policy influencing. We do a lot of trainings and engagements with peace support operations, teaching them about child protection, gender protection, safeguarding, and we have actually seen good results on that. When we're looking at how we engage with early warning and anticipatory actions, we have been able to work like with the SADC Secretariat to ensure the early warning mechanisms actually have child-relevant indicators and warning modalities and engagement modalities. When we're talking about powering up, how are we working with others? What kind of partnerships? How do we formulate equal and strategic partnerships? How are we working around localization? And then looking at secured futures, what are we doing around sexual and reproductive health rights? And we're saying the issues of child rights, if not now, need to be sorted right now. And so in terms of conclusions, we are saying that a lot of the child policy and research mechanisms need to have cross-border perspectives. We have hopefully sufficiently demonstrated that if you take just a nationalist approach, it doesn't really respond to the need, because then you have other components where children spill over across borders. So how do we ensure that researches and policies are collaboratively designed and undertaken? What are the policy gaps? Because most of the time also when we look at even the broader Agenda 2063, a lot of the policies and researches tend to be child blind. So how do we deal with that? We do have a research we undertook on the policy gap analysis on children on the move in South Africa, because a lot of the times different strategic partners were looking at adults, but then children have very specific needs within those different crises. How do we center the child more? How do we ensure children's voices are engaged, their agency, representation? We did manage to undertake a research in Zambia that was child-led and child-focused. And so for those of us who are academics, the methodological approach was child-friendly and designed with children. The data capture tools were made in child-friendly language together with children. The data capture was undertaken by children. The data analysis was undertaken by children, and then the resultant evidence was advocated by children to their different governments. How do we ensure that children who are differently abled and young people who are differently abled also get involved? How do researches that touch on children, how do we convert them into Braille? How do we ensure there is sign language? Because we're saying even children who are differently abled are children on our continent, and we want to engage them. How do we make sure that religion and family dynamics are taken into account? Another important thing is looking at how these researches and policies actually are linked to national government priorities up to devolved structures. Many times the researches remain shelved, remain very theoretical, but how do we link them to implementation mechanisms? How do we target resourcing, human resourcing, financial resourcing, data? We still struggle with data. Most of our countries still don't have up-to-date census data for different reasons. But then what are the alternative sources that can be owned by all the different stakeholders? Evidence, evidence, evidence. I think a lot of the times, even where we have quantitative and qualitative evidence, we really don't see those stories of significant change. How do we see the faces of children and young people represented in that? How do we ensure safeguarding, that children are safe and that they are dignified even as we are undertaking the researches and the policies that we formulate? A lot of challenges are emerging on mental health and psychosocial support, so that even sometimes when you're doing researches or you're developing policies, how are we ensuring we are not re-traumatizing children, we're not re-traumatizing girls? How do we ensure that we are safeguarding their peace of mind, that we are doing the researches, but also being able to link them to curative and other supportive services? We've already spoken about child-sensitive social protection that then, in a sustainable way, build family resilience and therefore enhance protection of children. And then the place of African voices and perspectives. A lot of the researches that are undertaken most of the time are not necessarily African all the time. So how do we ensure that the voices of African children, African young people, and their contexts are really at the face and at the front of that? And that is why for us, collaborations are very important with different institutions on the continent that are looking at undertaking researches and contributing towards policy formulation. I thank you.
Oh.
Je peux m'asseoir?
Voilà, c'est bon.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam, for this brilliant presentation. For us to try and recap on the salient points in your presentation, the main topic is children and the research on this topic. So how do we proceed to impact the child in terms of equality, and also to look at the context or the background of that presentation? She addressed the issue of how to manage children as proposed by various partners, and our main partner as Africans is Europe and the West. So there is also China and Russia and other countries as well. So the main challenges, therefore, are naturally how to find funds to support the children with, because they are rather weak and low in our countries, and therefore countries need to organize themselves so that we can then tackle problems that relate to children, so that we have children who are happy and live in peace, safety in the various countries where conflicts are present. Well, then urbanization, human problems, and the various issues relating to drugs and other scourges. So how do we proceed to ensure that our countries are in a position to resist and find mechanisms that will help them overcome these challenges in such a way that our children can naturally live in conditions that are proper and healthy as we so dearly wish? So the various processes that are put into place to support these children, I know that our countries are sparing no effort, but the issue of urbanization and those that are linked to the various conflicts that we experience, I think all these do hinder the development of these children, and the challenge that we face, therefore, as Agenda 23 is concerned, especially matters that relate to children in Agenda 2040 for children. So we need to ensure that our children are in a position to grow in circumstances that are proper and be in a position to come up with the results that are satisfactory both to us and to them, because our objective is to ensure that Africa is prosperous in the future, and the future of this continent depends on the manner in which we support these children. And in this particular sphere, I know that research has been carried out, and the result of these researchers would ensure that these children are properly helped, and thus lead to results that are able to make the children grow under circumstances that are proper. So I'm not going to dwell unnecessarily on this matter now, because I think we all listened to the brilliant speech. So if you have any comments, please do not hesitate. My apologies. No, the chairperson asked me to make the two presentations first, then we can go to the question and answer session. So let me give the floor to the next speaker to come to the podium and make the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, so I stand in existing protocols. I know this is a place of protocols, and what my sister from Kenya forgot to say is that greetings from our country, President, and the Gen Z movement. I think we are doing very well in that respect. So I'm so delighted and humbled to be in this house. My name is Douglas Mutheji Wanja. I come from the University of Nairobi and Institute for Development Studies, and we are doing a project under IDS under the Afrobarometer framework called Data for Governance Alliance. And what we do, we really support the African Union, and especially through the civil society side, to just ensure that our civil society advocating on democracy, governance, and human rights, which are core areas of the African Union, have the capability to use data to do their work, because we believe that evidence is everything, and what can be measured can be addressed and can be solved. So that is why we are here. And today I just want to compliment what my sister said, especially on giving a few statistics that our honorable members can always consider when it comes to addressing the education issues in Africa as far as the policy is concerned. And honorable members, allow me to just remind you that I represent the Afrobarometer framework, and as you can see on your screen, is that Afrobarometer is a Pan-African survey research organization that we always pride ourselves in providing reliable data on the aspirations of the African people. As of today, we are doing our surveys in 42 African countries, and I can be sure that we are getting a lot of feedback on the quality of democracy and governance in our continent. And our main goal as Afrobarometer is to give Africa, the African people, a voice in the policy and work decisions of our continent. And as of today, we are conducting around 10 of our surveys in 42 African countries, and I think we are doing well. And as you can see on your screen, those are some of the areas that we work. So, honorable member, you should check whether your country is in a part of our Afrobarometer framework. You can see there are some countries there that are painted white, where we have not yet managed to do our research or to do our surveys. Previously, we were in Sudan, but because of the civil war and the civil conflict there, we have not managed to go back. But you can see since 1999, we have been managing to paint the continent and just giving the African people the voice to be able to address their issues. So in this Afrobarometer service, we actually pride ourselves as being very nationally representative, and we always conduct face-to-face interviews with our people, just to give them a voice, and we just take them through a questionnaire where we ask them a variety of questions. And most of the time, in each of the country, we are interviewing between 1,200 people and 2,400 people, and we ensure that we are very accurate in our provision. And in supporting the agenda of the day when it comes to the issues of children, more than ever before for this round that we are conducting data now, we have done 15 countries so far. We have included the youth sample, where we are interviewing people between 15 and 17 years old, because we have also believed that most of them have a feel of what the governments are doing. So be on the lookout for your own respective countries as we disseminate the findings, to just know what our young people are also thinking about, what grown-up people are also thinking. So we have finished in 15 countries so far, and I think we are happy that our young people can also have a voice. Of course, the agenda for today is to ensure that we are able to use evidence when it comes to addressing the issues of the children. And we believe that anytime we have what we call data-driven approach in policy making, then we are able to address most of the challenges that we face in our people by ensuring that we actually address the issues that are at hand. Of course, when it comes to education, honorable members, of course, Africa has made a big stride when it comes to education. And I think we have seen that enrollment in our schools, and especially through the MDGs, really improved our school enrollment. But then the question that we should ask ourselves, honorable members, is does enrollment translate to quality? Because like in my country, Kenya, the biggest challenge we have had is our teachers our teachers having to teach children under trees. So I think, of course, that affects the quality of education. So I know we have also worked so hard to ensure that there is gender parity, and I'm sure I've been participating in some of the model laws by this parliament on the issues of gender equality, and I can say that data has shown that gender parity has really improved. Of course, in terms of infrastructure, I think there's still a lot that we can do to ensure that our schools and our children are able to get the best infrastructure when it comes to learning. And of course, that's why we are here, because of policy. We continue to have policy dialogues on how we can better our education. And of course, like in Kenya, we're having a very big conversation on the funding education, higher education. And I think this is another conversation that we want to participate in. And of course, I think over time, we've seen that our people in Africa and our young people are getting educated. So the question that maybe we might want to ask ourselves today as members here is that, is education still a priority for many African people? Are we only focusing on education on our people also think otherwise? And as African Union, I think that's a big question that we should ask ourselves in this year as we address the issue, the theme on education, and especially as we try to ensure that we have an African fit for the 21st century. So when you look at the Afrobarometer data, and especially across the 39 African countries for the existing data that is there, you can actually see that unemployment ranks are the biggest problem that many people in African continent are facing. And you can actually see that when it comes to education, it's only 20% of people who believe that education is an important problem that governments must actually address. So, if you look at that chart going downwards, so you can actually see that the biggest priority is, first of all, the issues of economy. You know, the way we're managing our economy as a continent, the way we are talking about the infrastructure, the issues of water. And ladies and gentlemen, I think when it comes to education, see, things like supply of water and good places for our children is very important. So that's another thing that you must also pay attention to. But when you think about the important problem when you disaggregate it across the gender, that is in terms of ages, you can actually see that when it comes to education, is that it's only 22% of young people who are believing that education is a big priority. And if you look for people who are between 46 and 56, they are paying attention to things like security, they are paying attention to things like health, and I think it comes with age, you know, that as we age, our priorities change. But you can actually see that 20% of our young people still think that education is very important for them. So again, when now we come to education as a priority, you see, the African continent is only 39% who believe that the education is a big priority. And if you look at those countries there, I'm happy that Honorable Patrice is here from Mauritius, because I think we should learn from them on how they do their education. I recently came from Mauritius, and I think I remember the Minister of Education saying there that education is free, and the biggest problem is to ensure that the parents take their children to school because it's available. And you can see the data says that only 4% of people in Mauritius think education is a priority. But could we say the same for people in Liberia? Could we say the same for people up there on that chart? So, honorable members, it's good that you go behind the statistics as you try to implement the policies in this continent to ensure that you know where you fall. Yeah. So out of the 100 people, when 39 people say that education is not a priority, it means that 61 people are happy with the education system in our continent. And I think we should pride ourselves in that. So then when it comes to issues of formal education, we usually ask our people in our data whether we just ask them, where are you when it comes to education? And you can see that there are some places where the issues of formal education is not a problem. Yeah, but you can actually see up there, we still have some countries, Liberia, Mali, up there, Ethiopia, who we think that formal education is still a big challenge. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm too fast. Eh? Oh, yeah, my apologies. You know, when we are teaching, yes.
Thank you, my presenter. I have a problem. You talked about the countries where you did your survey.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you can't see anything over there. Are you going to share the document? you've
Yes.
just presented.
Yes, I will share.
Thank you very
It's
much.
already with
Yeah,
the clerk. Eh?
Because I think if we
Yes.
can share,
Yes.
then we'll be having some opinions whether our countries are there or not there.
Yes.
But unfortunately, now we can't say that our countries are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a valid concern. I'll be able to share the presentation. Yes, sir.
Pouvez-vous parler pas lentement?
I think you've been speaking too quickly. Could you please speak slowly so that interpreters are able to follow you?
Only 5 minutes to be here, so I was trying to be rapid, but I apologize for that. Okay, so I don't know why I could carry on slowly, but surely. Okay, thank you. So again, in our data, we usually ask a question that one of the questions that we usually ask our citizens in the African continent is how frequently do they think that the following things occur in their community? And one of the questions that we ask them is children who should be in school and not in school. And you can actually see that from the data there is that the continent is only 39, out of the 39 African countries, 48% of our citizens actually believe that students who are supposed to be in school are not in school. So that one tells you that 52% of our children who should be in school are actually going to school. And I think that is a good statistic, that we are above 50%. But I think the 48 children who should be going to school out of 50, out of 100, still need to go to school. So again, these are big challenges, an area where some of the countries like, you can see up there, we have countries like Botswana, Malawi, etc., who should actually be who should actually put a lot of effort in ensuring that most of their students go to school. But we have good examples of some of these countries like Kenya down here. We have Gabon, we have Burkina Faso, we have Tanzania, and of course our Mauritius, where you can actually see that it's a very small percentage of the children that are supposed to be in school and are not going to school. I think those can be very good case studies on what they are doing. I know some of the countries have been trying to implement what we are calling the 100% transition of their of children moving from primary schools to high school to universities and the like. So again, this is a good is these are good statistics that can tell us where we are as a continent. This is a question that we ask our respondent, or the issues of what we are saying. When you look around, are there schools within walking distances? Yeah, and you can actually see the statistics that we present here. On average, is only 20% of people, especially in the rural areas, who have access to a nearby school. That one tells you that over 80% of many of African countries don't have schools within walking distance. And I'm sure most of us here have been a result of walking so long distances to go to school. So this is an area where members, we also need to work on and ensure that we have access to schools. But sometimes the biggest challenge we have here is that we believe by building a school nearby it translates to using of that school. So I think, again, we go back to the issues of infrastructure, but this statistic is a good one because it tells us that there are some countries where there's a big improvement when it comes to having schools nearby. So this is another question that we usually ask people, and we usually ask them that for the last 1 year, how easy or difficult has it been for them to obtain the services they needed from teachers or school officials? And I think you can actually see that in the continent, 74% of our citizens or our African people believe that they're able to get these services. And only 26% find it difficult. Again, shows that the issues of access and use of the schools, again, is not a big challenge for us in the African continent. But we have members like Angola down there, where 53% actually only find it easy, when we have people up there who are talking about 80 and 90%. Again, it's a question of how well our citizens are able to use the services in school. So the question of corruption when it comes to the education system is also very prevalent. And we usually ask our respondent that in the last 1 year, were they able to, did they pay a bribe to obtain services from the schools? And you can see that in the whole continent, these are good statistics because it's only 19% of the whole continent where people are able to pay a bribe. So that is something that I think we can pride ourselves as a continent. But again, we can do better like Cabo Verde down there where it's only 2%, but we have countries up there like Uganda, Nigeria, they're up there, and I don't want to mention there because we have members here who the citizens have to pay bribe to access services in school. So actually you can also see that corruption is endemic in our system in the continent as well. So how do our government perform when it comes to education? So we usually ask our citizens how well or badly would they say their government is handling educational needs. Across the continent, out of the 39 African countries that we interviewed for this round 9, 46% were actually very satisfied. They were actually very happy.
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to intervene a little bit when you talked about corruption. You should feel free to talk.
Yes.
And give examples. Because sometimes we don't even know what is happening in our countries.
Yes.
As leaders, when we go back, we can help our people. There is no need of fearing to mention countries. I don't think it means harm to any country.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. I think when it comes to, I was suspecting because people are able to see the countries there. So that's why I didn't want to mention. I know the size of the screen is... Yes.
S'il vous plaît, honorable.
Honorable members, I suggest that we let the speaker finish the presentation and then we can ask our questions.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about African citizens having the confidence in their government in handling educational needs. And I think what I was addressing here is that out of the 39 African countries, 46% of people are very satisfied with the way the government has been handling their educational needs and how the governments have performed in addressing education. And it's only 52% of our citizens who feel that the governments are not doing enough. And countries like Sudan I think it's because of the civil strife and the like, you can actually see 83% of the citizens in Southern Sudan are not happy with the way the government is handling education. But you can see as we go up the radar there, is that we have some countries that are actually very happy, where the citizens are actually very happy when it comes to issues of education. We have Ethiopia and upward. I'm sorry, members, that you're not able to see that, but I will share the presentation. So I think, again, it tells you that on average, we can still do better in addressing the educational needs. So, and when you break this one in terms of ages, in terms of demographics, you can actually see that anyone who is above 55 years across the continent, actually there's some parity there, and they believe that the government is neither doing so well or doing so badly. But again, when you look at young people, they actually are not happy with the way the government is handling education. That's why you can see that those people who are aged between 18 years and 35 years, only 46% approve of how the governments in the continent are handling education. And I think that is a worrying statistics, because most of the people who are really benefiting from education system are the young people. So as policymakers, is the question that we might ask ourselves is how best can we ensure that our governments do better when it comes to handling education. And you can actually see, if you look at in terms of education, those people who have post-primary education, 57% of them actually still believe that the government is not doing very well. That's what you can see there. 57% believe the government are doing badly when it comes to handling education. When it comes to poverty, again, people who are very poverty-stricken, people who are the lowest quintiles in the populations, are actually, you can actually, 62% of them actually believe that the government is not doing well when it comes to handling their educational needs. So again, these demographics are good. Age, education, and poverty are good parameters that we can actually use also to see who is happy with the way the government is handling the education. So if you look at this one, is that over time since 2011, is that the governments have actually been, the African continent governments have actually been not doing well. You can actually see that green line has been going down. And the blue one there, doing fairly badly, has actually been going up. So that one, honorable members, tells you that when it comes to policy and ensuring that our governments do better, we need to change that curve, because our people are not happy with the way we are handling our education in our respective countries. So I think that is so. Now, I don't want to mention this, but my sister, I can complement this data with you. We also have data on children, and especially on how governments in the continent are doing also in supporting the children and is protecting them. And only 44% of the people in the African continent believe that our governments are doing enough to protect our children. So I agree with you with what you did, is that there's a lot of work that needs to be done here, because 52% of our citizens believe that the government is not doing well, again, to support children. And if you look at our countries that are down there, Nigeria, Liberia, and the like, we have good stories from them that we can actually give when it comes to the protection of the children. And most of these countries, if you look at the list, there are countries that have had a lot of civil strife. So that means the issues of children suffering the consequences of insecurity, war is very big, and our data is able to capture that. So I agree with you on that. So members, as I finish, the Afrobarometer framework is able to make sure that you can use this data for your policy making. We have managed to come up with what we are calling the children well-being scorecards, where we just graphically summarize your country's performance when it comes to any parameter that you pick. And in this case is the parameter on children, where we're able to make it very nice for you. And maybe when we share the data, you'll be able to look at it. Like the one I have here, I think is on which one is the child well-being in Kenya. This is for Kenya, where, for example, you can see there that 22% of children are actually neglected in the continent. And so therefore 22% of people believe that the government has actually neglected the children. And these are very nice statistics, and I think also Save Children's Foundation can also use this one as well, and also for members when it comes to policy formulation. So if you want a place where you can get very good information when it comes to issues and quality of democracy, children, all these things, Afrobarometer becomes your source, and also becomes a place where you can always rely on data. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to finish there by saying that education is important. The issues of access is a big challenge in our continent. The gender gaps are very prevalent, and many of our children are still out of school. And our main focus as we go along is to ensure that we minimize bribery in our schools and corruption in our education system. And furthermore, as African Union focuses on the education this year, quality of education remain the top priority for the citizens. Thank you, honorable members.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Douglas. I see that we're running a little late on our program. But now that Mr. Douglas has presented us the data and statistics, I would like to open the floor to allow you to express your concerns, ask your questions, and make comments. I would like to please ask that you are very brief. We are a family here. And so I know that you understand, and I would like to ask you, please, when you stand, to introduce yourself before speaking. So give your name, your country, and the committee that you represent. I'm going to start on the right-hand side and we'll move towards the left. Are there any members who'd like to take the floor? Yes, madam. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. Kamsime Caroline, a member of Gender, Member of Parliament from Uganda. I want to thank Mr. Douglas for your good presentation. And I'm just going to comment on children not being protected and education dropping out of school. I wanted to know from you, is there any plan you have, like when you go to different countries, do you involve members of parliament? What have you done to fight this cause? Then secondly, as Chair, you said we have to be brief. Let me try to summarize. Corruption, I think it's really common in Africa. And the best way to fight corruption is to stop shying away. Because if we are leaders and we don't mention, how are we going to protect? How are we going to fight corruption? And it's the worst situation. You talked about free education. Like, for example, in Uganda, we have free education, primaries. And I agree with you, because if they say free education, you find teachers are coming in, headmasters are coming in with extra charges. So it's always better to mention and find a way. Let's not come here and talk, present, then we don't get a solution for our problems. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Next speaker over there. Yes, madam.
Is Honorable Fatuma Tenjai. I'm a member of Gender Committee and I'm from the Gambia. My concern is that we have just mentioned that enrollment has gone up. And I was glad that he also mentioned about the quality, because we are not only looking about the quantity. If we have 100 children enrolling, and then at the end of the day, they come out with the lowest quality of education, how are we going to measure that? Because I remember, I never went through public school. I never went to private schools. I went through public school, which is the government schools. And we had one of the best then. It wasn't many, but the quality, when you come out and have your O levels and your A levels, it was very good. You could go to the job market with quality. But now we are saying free education, and children will come out with this WAEC qualification with nothing to show. We don't want education to be just a corridor that you walk through and at the end of the day come out with nothing. How do we ensure that our children come out with quality, that they are prepared for the world, not only in Africa, but wherever they find themselves, they should be able to compete, because we all know now that the world is a global village. Our children can end up being anywhere in the world. We need to look at the quality. How does Afrobarometer make sure that our governments ensure that the education that they give to our children is quality? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Let's stay in this area. Have we got a question there? Yes, a little bit on the left, Madam. Yes, Madam Vice President.
So much. My name is Miriam Chonya from Zambia. The first presenter from Save the Children made reference to a research that was done in Zambia and whose results were shared elsewhere. I just wanted to find out, I didn't quite get what the research was all about, and I wanted to ask her to just shed a bit of light on that. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, To the gentleman over there. Thank you.
Vuco de Angola. Espero que a tradução esteja.
Belgique Vuku from Angola. First, to congratulate from is the English coming through? Yes. Yes, translation interpretation is on. Personally, I could speak in French or whatever. If is the English going through? It is going through. The English is coming through. Yes. To congratulate Mr. Douglas, and particularly for the studies which have been undertaken in various areas. I've been following the data, the concrete data, number 2, just a technical issue, the model of presentation that we don't have documents. And the graphs which were submitted, they are not readable. It's very difficult. So we cannot, this way we cannot give our contribution with regard. I'm from the Education Committee. The first appeal, change of mentalities. Every time we talk about potential in terms of richness, we believe that Africans and our major wealth, they have to be endowed with knowledge. So I think at our level, first, the motto, standardizing our curricula and evaluation models to see whether we could have a standardized education in all our countries. Secondly, the problem of access, reciprocal access between among African countries. For instance, I'm from Angola. I want to send my child to Rwanda or Algeria. What are the modalities of reciprocal access so that we all could benefit? European Union have got this Erasmus process. First, we have to standardize the curriculums, models of evaluation, and secondly, the problem of reciprocal access among students amongst our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Madame, over there, you have the floor.
Bom dia a todos. Muito obrigada, senhora.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Arlette Borges, a health committee from Angola. I would like to congratulate the gentleman who just spoke. And I'm not going to repeat what was already been said by my colleague from Angola about the data. We just received this morning the presentation, so we didn't have time to study it. However, I'm just curious. In a map which has been just presented, someone saying that he had got data from Angola, and Angola is in second place with regard to children outside the school system. But this data, in Angola, we have 36.6 students. So in the country, we urge what I want to say is, well, submitting those data on the basis of this study, which was a study well delineated with the data, I would like to know if any recommendation or a strategic model so that Angola could improve and ensure more children in the education system. How long did we take to build infrastructure? What strategies, what rules are necessary so that Angola could gradually increment the number of children in the school system? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'd like to give the floor to your neighbour behind.
Muito bom dia, muito obrigada.
Thank you. To thank the committees for this rich workshop, and to say, talking about children, we should always talk about children. Is for the well-being of our children, so we should talk about children. Yes, indeed, so that we could find mechanisms to improve on the vulnerability situation in Africa and in our countries, to educate families so that we could have children, healthy children, because the breakaway of families is the one who put the children in jeopardy and pose them in a situation of vulnerability, children on the roads. So adopt reliable policies to improve the well-being of children. In Angola, what do we have? We have a document, national policies for the first infancy, which aims to guarantee that children at birth, since up to the age of 5, they should have the opportunity to attain their potential and their active participation in society. So this is this policy, this program has been in force, being applied in Angola since the 19th of April 2024. It is not only limited to look after the children of this age group, but for the global well-being, including proper lodgement, including social security for the parents. And I also say that this national policy on the first infancies, it's aligned with Agenda 2023 on United Nations and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. I believe that police is when the state puts it as a priority, the well-being of the children, we should have programs which take into consideration positively the situation of the children, water, sanitation, habitation. In brief, I'd like to say that my country, Angola, despite all difficulties, have been following the situation of our children and as well as their social and economic well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, Madame, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to greet all my fellow members of Parliament, and I would like to make a contribution to this debate, this extremely important debate on the well-being of children and the future of our children on the African continent. I would like to talk to you about what we are doing in Mauritius, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Douglas for his presentation. We would have loved to have had the presentation in advance or to at least be able to follow the presentation with him to be able to really be able to participate better in this debate and discussion, and for this discussion to be a little bit more substantive. What I can tell you about Mauritius is that education is compulsory up to the age of 16. If parents do not send children to school, they are liable for a fine or even going to prison. Why did we do this? Well, because in Mauritius, since our independence, we gave education an absolute priority in the development of our country. And with the current government in place and with the leadership of our Prime Minister, Pravin Jonat, education remains a priority, and there are no longer any excuses for not sending children to school, because we have put in place special grants to help poorer families to send their children to school. And like in many African countries, we have craftsmen and artisans who often train their children or want their children to follow in their own footsteps. And if that is the case, yes, children have the choice to follow in their parents' footsteps, but nowadays children have much more choice in Mauritius. They can go and do studies at university. They can become whatever they want to be. And why is this? Because education is free in Mauritius. And we did this to ensure that all children would have access to school. And I don't know if sharing these details could help or be beneficial in any way in encouraging other African countries to follow the example of Mauritius to make education compulsory and to provide things like grants to ensure that those who, for some reason or another, the cost of transport or the cost of uniforms, etc., require some financial assistance, that they can do that. We cannot have any reason why our children are not going to school and benefiting from a good education. Thank you, Madame. Can you please give me your name, Madame, and your committee? I am Sandra Mayotte, Member of Parliament from Mauritius, and I am part of the Gender On Committee. Thank you. Thank you so much, dear colleague. I'd like to give the floor to Madame in the front. Did you ask for the floor? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Opal Sibanda, and I'm from the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. So I have a brief question to my colleague from Afrobarometer, Douglas. So I noted that the survey, most of the information was collected from adults. So I would want to know, how do you ensure that children's views are reflected in the surveys? And the reason being, or the reason why I'm asking is because we know that child participation is key, especially in issues that affect them. And we also know that sometimes adults might actually have biases or misconceptions. So it's actually very important to make sure that we have information from children, because by that we get a clear understanding and it is actually a reflection of their true experiences. So that's my reflection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame, for this question. Excuse me, I didn't see you, Madam. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Mrs. Honorable Bastien from the Seychelles, and I'm for part of the Health and Social Committee. I would like to comment a little on the presenter that regarding Save the Children. And I was thinking of listening to the presenter. I was thinking of what the leaders in different countries are doing in regards to Save the Children. Because when we look at the program and we see all the sort of abuse, child labor, child marriage, and many other things that children at very early age are being forced into doing. What are your strategies to save those children, to put an end to those kind of sort of taboo, we could call it in other words? And I would also like to know, are families being educated? Because in our country, there are family education on your rightful rights of your responsibilities towards your children, because it should start at home first. And I would also like to know, do you have a tribunal court to safeguard the well-being of the children? If not, when are you going to establish such thing? Because I could say that 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a young fellow that was sentenced to life in prison in our country for abusing a 6-year-old child. He was sentenced to life. And in this sort of things shows us, of the families, that we are aware, we are safeguarding their children, that if anything is being done, you will answer, you will go to court, and justice will be done. And I would like also to comment on education. In our country, in Seychelles, education is compulsory, and it is in the law. And it starts from 3 years old. You have to attend school, which you start at a very early age. And if you are not in school, your parents will answer, why are you not in school, your whereabouts, and they would they would do constant follow-up. The social workers, and welfare officers will do constant follow-up. So I would like to know if in other countries, what sort of strategies are the leaders doing so that we could put an end to those sorts of things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam. Yes, over there you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. الحقيقة احنا بنتكلم.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, thank you very much. When we talk about children, we are all aware of the fact that we must give a good education to our children, but we are equally aware of the challenges that exist that sometimes prevent children from accessing education, and these can include health and health issues. We need to have the right budgets in place to be able to provide free education, to be able to provide good health services. And if we have the means, we need to set up programs whereby children receive good healthcare, good education. But we have to go beyond policies and programs. We have to take care with regards to the implementation of these programs and policies. Make sure that the quality of education in Africa is of a high level. And this requires the goodwill and the dedication of both the African governments and the African Union. We need to work with the African Union to put together an integrated vision, a vision that is compiled together, where we learn from best practices and we create a common continental vision on the protection and well-being of our children, to ensure that generations in the future will be able to receive good education and good health care. I thank you for the presentations, and I think that the statistics will help us to formulate good practices. Thank you. You have the floor.
Sibongile Mamba from Eswatini. I'm here from the Health Committee. Thank you to the presenters. They've opened our eyes. Some of the activities are not applied in our countries, but what she has just said.
ترجمة يا سيدي.
Okay. My fellow sister there has asked the number, how these children. Okay, sorry. My sister has asked, I also had the question, if the children we're talking about is from what age?
You have to wait.
Okay.
Merci les traducteurs, nous avons un problème technique.
Okay, I've said that I'm Sibongile Mamba from Eswatini. I'm here in the Health Committee. My sister here has asked the question that I had. I wanted to find out from what ages are the children we're talking about, because we may seem to be talking of children of certain ages, but I just want to know which children are we concerned about, which ages are we concerned, and if we are leaving some of the children, why are we leaving them? Another question is that we have different people in the communities. Some are rich, some are in extreme poverty. But you find that some of those who are in extreme poverty have a number of children, and they keep on having children. What programs are available that will help those families? Because you find that even if you try to educate them, they drop out of school. Because of the poverty in their home, we find that it is difficult for them to be in schools, whereas it's basic. Although in my country we have tried that every child should be in school, whether is from the home of where there is extreme poverty, they have to be in schools. But the programs, when the child doesn't want to go to school, that's become a problem. Another question is that of Afrobarometer. You said you have conducted research in many countries, about 39. Do we have access to those reports? Or do you have a website where I can access some of the information? From those reports, do you actually go to the country, or you do it in another way instead of going to the country we are collecting the data? Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
On va aller, Madame devant.
Thank you. I'm giving the floor to Madame in the front.
President, and thank you so much for the two presentations. They were really very important to start the day with the research side of education and health as well. I will start by a question for the Mrs. for the first presentation on mapping child research and policy in Africa. I wanted to know if you touched the psychological side of the children. Do you go to this? Because I think today we have also the health committee with us. I'm in education, culture, and human resources committee, but since we are joined, so I would love to know whether you went into this side, the psychological and also physical side in the study. I want to share also something with you in our country that under the umbrella of 100 Million Health, the Ministry of Health and Population launched the 2023 President's Initiative, which is called the Golden 1,000 Days for the Development of the Egyptian Family, in order to improve the quantitative and qualitative characteristics of the population to achieve development and improve reproductive rates. This initiative was very, very important to build the Egyptian person, as it represents a holistic approach for the first 1,000 days of human life, with the aim of raising awareness of the importance of the first 1,000 days, as 85% of the child's mental and psychological and physical abilities are formed during this vital period. That's why I was asking about the psychological health in your study. And as you know, like giving birth nowadays, it's moving into cesarean, not natural, but this initiative was promoting the natural giving birth. I think that in Africa, this is not a problem, but it started to be a problem in our country, Egypt. For the education presentation, I would love to know what was the criteria of saying that this country has better education or this country reached or improved its education. I want to know what's the criteria of saying that they improved or they are doing better, especially that we have now technology like studying is moving into iPads and internet. And for me, I see this as it's important, but sometimes it has disadvantages on studies and education. So thank you very much. And I forgot to say my name. I'm Hadia Hosni from Egypt. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, honorable.
Thank you, honorable colleague. The lady in front, you have the floor, ma'am.
Accorder la parole.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Anika Andaizeye from Burundi, and I'm in the gender committee. I just want to share some experience that we lived in my country. I think education addressed to children has greatly increased, whether it be at primary school or secondary schools. So, and children who left school early, that statistic has also been improving in that there are very few children who actually leave their schools. Now, probably the other countries should actually take the bull by its horns and ensure that children are properly educated and encouraged to go the course. Yes, madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Masugu from Zimbabwe, from Gender Committee. In Zimbabwe, I was saying we have a problem because of distances in Zimbabwe for schools pertaining our children. But even though we are trying, there are certain policies which we are in Zimbabwe, there are various initiatives in place to address child research and policy issues to promote the well-being of children in the country. These policies aim to address key issues such as education, health protection, and social welfare for children. There are ongoing research efforts to gather data information on the status of children in Zimbabwe. These research help to identify challenges, gaps, and prioritize for intervention to improve the lives of children in the country. As a continent, Africa has the potential to make significant strides in promoting the well-being and development of children through collective action and collaborating. Let's work together to save our children. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, honorable.
Thank you very much, honorable colleague. The gentleman from Eswatini, please.
My name is Welcome Dlamini from the Kingdom of Eswatini, and I'm a member of the Education Committee. Honorable Chairperson, the first issue that I want to talk about is that of out-of-school children, which I find to be a crisis that we need to engage on. If you look at the statistics there, they say that 1 in 5 6 to 11-year-olds is out of school, and then 3 in 5 between 15 and 17-year-olds. That to me, that's a crisis. And I'd like to find out from Afrobarometer during their study, what did they find the reasons to be, particularly for the 5 between the 6 and 11-year-olds, because definitely it's not an issue of lack of school fees, since we implemented free primary education. So what is the cause for them not to go to school? And then on the issue of the 15 to 17-year-olds, I heard that some countries have implemented what they call transition policies from primary to secondary. How have they handled that in ensuring that there is the transition from primary to secondary? Because where I come from, the problem indeed is in this age group, the 15 to 17-year-olds, where they move from primary, from free education then to secondary, which they should be paying for. Well, what's the problem? How are they handling that issue of transition? And the Mauritius case, when they say there's the issue of compulsory education, is there 100% compliance when it comes to compulsory education? And if there is no compliance, how are they addressing that? Because I think sending parents to jail is not the ultimate solution. And then the issue of funding, which is another conversation that we should engage in. According to Afrobarometer, what impediments do they find when it comes to the issue of funding education? Because for me personally, when I grew up, I went to public school, and my parents paid primary and secondary or high school, and then for tertiary, it was government that did that for us, and you only had to pass to get a government scholarship. But today, that's no longer the case. you have so many children who fail to enroll in tertiary, even though there are government scholarships. What impediments did you find there when it comes to funding education? Thank you, Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup, honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable. You have the floor, sir.
من موريتانيا مقرر لجنة التعليم. أشكر أصحاب الورقتين وهما.
And thank you very much to the presenters of the two documents. I think these are an extremely important matter that we have before us. Even though the presentations had a few challenges because the speakers were speaking quite quickly, and therefore interpreters had a few problems staying the distance. So we are quite happy that now we are in a position to establish this movement, and we are working in a scientific session where we are dealing with scientific matters, and these require that members react as opposed to what happened yesterday in the plenary. So I thank the presenters. So I come back to the fact that education across Africa, as far as we are concerned, can only help us make progress if we translate that into education that is free and of good quality, so that we're able to reduce all these challenges that have been raised. So how can we ensure that the content is of high quality? Because there are the issues of resources that are rather limited, and issues relating to capacity building so that we are able to stay the course. I also want to know how, as Africans, we can exchange experiences so that we can then give our children and our countries an education of high quality. So these are the three aspects that we have to reflect upon here as a parliament. How can we encourage African government to set the picture for the education that we expect in the future? Thank you very much. Your request has been taken into account. Your neighbor has the floor. We can't hear the relay because the microphone is off. The microphone of the Arabic interpreter is off. Okay, I'm on now. Could you please recap? Thank you. So the Human Rights Committee and all the participants, I would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. I also wish to thank those who made the presentations. I think these presentations were extremely important and well structured. In this session, we are talking about education addressed to children, and this is a field that is rather big, And I know that countries have made a lot of progress in ensuring that children are properly educated and their rights are upheld. But we're talking about Africa, a continent that comes only second to Asia in terms of population. However, we have a number of challenges. I don't want to criticize anyone. I know that countries are doing their best, and you too are doing your best. So we want to say thank you to all those contributors. I know that there are about 15 countries, though North Africa was not mentioned. But I know that the model that has been adopted in East Africa is really good. And we have to look at how best we can translate that into something that other countries can adopt. And we would also appreciate if the presenters could share copies of their presentations with us. Our task is to make sure that we also ensure that speakers are given an amount of time that is similar, because some people sometimes do repeat what they said. So sometimes all this leads to a lot of repetitions. So we need to ensure that we deal with those little problems. So we wait until the next time when we meet again so that we can enrich this discussion. Thank you very much. The Gambia has the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm Honorable Swaibu Toure from the Gambia, and I also am a member of the Human Rights and Justice Committee of the PAP. Honorable Chair, the question I have is that of, in fact, it's relating to the Save the Children. Because when we talk about children, we are talking about everything. And that's why everybody wants to speak, because it's about children. When we talk about children, we're talking about the family, we're talking about the people. So it's everything. But I just want to raise one little part, which is dealing with harmful practices, which is very rampant in the continent. My question is whether you have any collaboration, holistic collaboration between countries to deal with child issues, child harmful practices. For example, you have countries that have very good laws, like my country. Recently, we've adopted a law on genital mutilation, which is affecting children a lot. But we know we've made a law, but we also know that that law is not being implemented. We have difficulty in implementing laws because people do this thing in their homes, in their houses, and they believe it. A lot of effort needs to be done to sensitize them, to be able to educate them, because they believe it also. They think that it is a religion, not only a culture. If it is a culture, they may be able to change easily. But if it is a religion to them, then it becomes more and more difficult. So what approach do we take to at least educate them, convince them to be able to change the practice? Because the practice is definitely harmful to the children. In terms of education, to add value to your statistics, I'm thinking that you have peculiarities. People who just want to take children to school, graduate them, and they get a job. That is the objective of many parents. I want to take my child to school. After graduation, I want my child to get a job. I want my child to speak English, etc. But you have this peculiarity of parents. You've mentioned statistics, which is alarming because it's saying they don't believe education is a priority. And when they say education is not a priority, what they are saying is that they don't think Western education or formal education is a priority. So which means they are taking their children to non-formal education. For example, I give you an example. There are so many children in Gambia that are going to, what we call daras, where they go and just memorize the Quran. And there are also another set which is doing it in their homes, and all their concern is about memorizing the Quran to have moral education. Now, those people do not believe that their children should go to formal education. And when we put in the Constitution that we want, it's like the Constitution wants everybody to go to school, we are talking about formal education. But we have this almost a quarter of the population which is saying, no, formal education is not important for us. What is important for us is, the moral education. So how do we encourage that quarter of the population to be able to want, the formal education? Formal education also to address relevant education. Because taking people to school and then they go up to a certain level of education and they drop out, or they finish education and they don't have a job. All these are issues. So when we want to have relevant education, we need to include what one of the speakers said yesterday, TVET. People must go to school, but they must also learn skills along the way so that immediately after school, they are able to take care of themselves and their families. And that is what is going to be the continuity of our families. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable.
Thank you very much, honorable colleague. Yes, honorable from Senegal, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The chairperson of the commission, good morning, and colleagues, good morning. I would like to make a small presentation for the youth sector. The main problem for us has been the one that relates to training and employment, because in our countries, the issue of clandestine immigration poses problem. So we need to come up with concrete solutions. So we have to come up with funding solutions as well as developmental ones. So those who fund our projects should take that into account so that we train our children to take their future in their own hands. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, could you please give us your name? Could you identify yourself and tell us to which committee you belong? My name is Honorable Aminata Jen. I'm a Senegalese MP, Gender and Family Committee. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable colleague. There is somebody else who wishes to take the floor on this side. Are you okay? The chairperson, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much to all the speakers who have addressed this matter exhaustively. Two countries have been mentioned as being in a situation where they lag behind. So we need to make additional efforts, but that applies to the other countries as well. So you have to tell us the causes that led to the weakness of the involvement of countries in Malawi and Botswana, for instance. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The Chairperson of the Gender Committee has the floor. Benin first. Yes, my apologies, Honorable colleague. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Following what our colleagues have stated, I would like to say thank you to the speakers and to thank you as well, Mr. Chairperson, and thank all those who are at the high table. The question that benefited my mind is the question of education, especially as stated by a colleague from Benin. And I'm going to speak about the peculiar issue of education in Benin. In 2016, I think, a program was launched where we wanted to encourage every child to enroll from the primary school to the secondary one. So there is greater involvement in terms of participating in education programs. But this decision led to a number of requirements, a number of classes, teachers, education materials, and so on. But over the last few years, we have seen that the number of teachers has been dropping, especially at the primary school, and this has got implications for the secondary school as well. So at this level, one wonders. We wonder because the government has generalized the issue of school enrollment, but the issue of how to retain or to make school goers stay the course, that has been the problem. The same government, because we don't have enough teachers in classes, and then you have one teacher taking 2 or 3 classes at the same time for one teacher. I think that sometimes does help us overcome the issue of lack of teachers. But it does lead to greater confusion. And where I want to take you is the issue of education funding. The government has not been able to recruit teachers in sufficient numbers for each one of the courses, so that we do away with all these combined classes, sometimes with 3 courses where a single teacher is given the task of teaching. So sometimes we are not unable to take the program to its conclusion. And so if he's tasked with the duty of teaching 3 courses at the same time, I think then quality does get affected. So the issue of properly funding education comes to mind. And that is the case in most of the African countries. I think we need to think about it so that the matter is addressed. On the other hand, when as MPs you take the floor and say that you're going to meet the population, you're going to meet the parents so that they send their children to school, they just tell you quietly that they've spent time supporting either my brothers or my uncles so that they can finish their schooling all the way to the university. So that's a problem. So, and also the issue of curriculum. What is it that our children are being taught? Are they getting lessons in classes that will lead to employment once they complete their training? So that too is an issue. That's why children are just sitting at home. So parents are hiding behind this situation, and they say there's really no point in sending either the young brothers or sisters to school. Thank you very much, Honorable colleague.
Honourable colleagues, we are a bit pressed by time, and so before finishing up with the series of questions, because our committee chairs also have some questions, we really do have to think about the timing, and we do need to give the floor to the special representative of the African Union. So we need to move on with the questions, and in order to be able to give the floor to Madame Benita Diop, who is joining us online, and I would like to invite her to take the floor. Madame Diop, please take the floor, and then we will continue with questions later.
Pan-African Parliament and distinguished members of Parliament, Excellencies, let me just say, all protocol duly observed. It's both a privilege and a responsibility as AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security to stand before you, even it is online, before this distinguished Parliament today to address a cause that is crucial not only for the future of our continent, but for the dignity and well-being of the women and girls of Africa. That the African Union Convention is on ending violence against women and girls to present this convention. The convention is in preparation, and it's the outcome of two decisions. The decision of the Assembly of Head of State that took place in Addis Ababa in February 2023, followed by another decision in February 2024, requesting that the AUC, the African Union Commission, through an executive consultation, draft a convention to end violence against women and girls. And this have been proposed by many countries in the Assembly, South Africa, Comoros, those who were the chair of the African Union Commission, Senegal, among other head of state. So this convention is not merely another policy document, but a transformative framework aimed at addressing one of the most persistent and damaging challenges confronting our society, violence against women and girls, Bauchi. Such violence remain an affront to human dignity and continue to undermine Africa's progress toward realizing its full potential. Honorable Speaker, distinguished members of Parliament, the AU CVAUG built on existing framework like the Maputo Protocol, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and the Convention on Elimination on all forms of discrimination against women. However, this convention goes further, creating a legally binding framework, designing the whole member state accountable for ending all forms of violence against women and girls. It also gives remedies that how solution can be taken at all levels. While existing instruments are essential, we have witnessed gaps in implementation and accountability as evidenced by the increase of gender-based violence during the COVID-19, not just in Africa, but everywhere. So this framework, though necessary, have shown limitation in fully addressing the structural and systemic nature of violence across the continent. The AUC IVAUG will then fill the gaps by doing what? Ensuring accountability for states, parties in addressing, in enforcing comprehensive measures to prevent and address violence against women and girls. Addressing emerging threats such as cyber security violence, human trafficking, and violence exacerbated by conflict and displacement, and promoting societal transformation by engaging all sectors of society, including men and boys, to exchange harmful norms and practices. The drafting process of the EVAUG is well underway, led by a reference group of legal and gender experts. While we are talking, they are right now meeting in South Africa, this drafting team. Their work, which is aligned with existing AU protocols and instruments, is strengthened by broad-based consultation across Africa. This consultation have involved young people, civil society organizations, women's rights advocates, traditional and religious leaders, and importantly, survivors of violence. Our goal is to ensure the voices of the people of Africa are deeply reflected in the convention. We are also raising awareness through traditional and digital platforms to ensure that all Africans understand the significance of this convention and feel a sense of ownership over its provision. This is not just a document for policymakers, but one that must resonate with the life experience of women and girls across the continent. Honorable members of parliament, your role in the success of the convention is critical. As representative of the African people, your engagement in the drafting process ensure that the convention reflects the reality of your respective constituency. Your active participation in consultations and feedback on the draft text will strengthen its relevance and practicality. Once adopted by the AU Assembly, the convention will need swift ratification by member states. It is you, as national lawmakers, who will play a pivotal role in advocating for this convention adoption and ensuring its move from words on paper to a living, enforceable legal reality. The real challenge lies in implementation. After ratification, it will be essential for parliamentarians to oversee the creation of national laws aligned with the convention provision, ensuring that these laws are robust, actionable, and adequately resourced. Budget must allocate sufficient funding for enforcement, social services, and prevention program, while parliamentarian oversight must hold government accountable for their commitment. We also call on you to help develop model law across the continent, ensuring a consistent approach to combating violence against women and girls. Such laws will serve as template for national legislation and will be crucial in ensuring the convention effectiveness on the ground. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, your involvement does not end with the drafting and ratification. You will play a critical role in monitoring and reporting on the implementation of this convention at both national and regional level. This will ensure the commitment made under CVAUG and realized, and its impact is measurable and transformative. I also echo the voice of women leaders of Africa, the Africa Women Leaders Network led by Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, but all presidents, Tanzania, Ethiopia, all former presidents who are in this platform, and all women leaders of this continent who came together at the AU Summit to request that this convention be drafted and adopted. So their voice also have been heard by the chairperson, Musa Faki Muhammad, who promised that we will present this document, the process, to all stakeholders, in particular to our parliament, Pan-African Parliament. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this convention represents a landmark initiative in Africa's fight against gender-based violence. It's an African instrument. It's not dictated by any than the African women that are in need to see their right to be protected. It's not only a legal instrument, but a call to action, a call to the men that are also supportive, what we call the he for she, but also the men that are in positive masculinity mood. It's a commitment to ensure that all society, that no women or girl in Africa is left behind, unprotected or silenced by fear. I urge you, Honorable Member, to champion this cause within your parliament, from the drafting process to ratification and implementation. Together, we can turn the tide on this grave issue and build a future where women and girls across Africa live free from violence, with their rights fully respected and dignity upheld. I thank you, my dear Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member of Parliament, for your attention, your dedication, and your leadership. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Benita Diop. I think we have all understood the message that you wanted to convey. I thought you were very clear on that, and you have reminded us that we really need to work together to promote the ratification of this important document. So thank you, Excellency. And to come back to the room, we need to continue with the questions. And I'd like to give the floor to our committee chairs who also have some questions. Honorable Daug, you've got the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I would firstly like to congratulate the members who decided to organize this joint workshop, because we're talking about children, we're talking about families, we're talking about the future and future leaders. And so we must look at education through a critical lens. And I would like to congratulate the speakers for the high quality of their presentations. And I would like to draw the attention of the honorable members here present and the attention of our experts to the following. What vision or what values are we basing ourselves on? What do we want in terms of children and society in general? Do we have visions and values when we develop our policies for the protection of children and the promotion of the well-being of children? What values and what vision are we basing ourselves on? And we keep referring back to Agenda 2063, but when you go, for example, to America, and they talk about education systems, they base their education system very, very much on their values. And that is potentially why many of us like to send our children to be educated in the United States or in Europe or in Korea or elsewhere. What values are we promoting in Africa? What values are we basing ourselves on? What is our vision? We want to produce young Africans that are what? What is our goal? And it's important for us to know this before continuing with the work. What is the vision that we have for our children? What are the values that we want to promote? We must ask these questions. And here in the Pan-African Parliament, it is time that we learn to do this systematically, that we have a common vision and that we have common values that we base ourselves on. In terms of education systems, we know that there are many parents who, as one speaker said, don't see schooling or education as valuable. They don't see why it's necessary to send children to school. And one of the reasons that was stated is that they don't trust the education system. They don't have confidence in the education system. So it is our job to build education systems that are quality education systems. We can't just focus on the number of children attending school. We need to provide quality education. And the type of citizen that we want to create tomorrow needs a good education, and a good education means that there is contributions and working together between the state, the parents, and the pedagogues. And quality of education is absolutely vital if we want to create the future leaders of tomorrow. And my question is, how does your research take the actual question of quality into consideration? We heard a lot about quantity, but how have you taken quality into consideration in terms of values, culture, vision? And my next question is whether research has been done specifically on the challenges for the girl child in the education system. We know that there are challenges in terms of girls falling pregnant and having to leave school. There are various other things that prevent girls from attending school. What research have you got on that? In terms of compulsory education, many countries have adopted a system whereby education is compulsory. When we decide to make education compulsory, we have to take into consideration the fact that education is expensive. It is not just the classes that we're paying for, but school uniforms, school transport, food, etc. And so these need to be taken into consideration. As parliamentarians, how are we going to facilitate things for parents and for children if we're going to make education compulsory? And we also need to take a look back in the past to find out when education started taking a downward spiral in Africa. We know that there are gaps that need to be filled. But when did all of this start? How did we go wrong? We need to first understand what happened in order to be able to avoid these kinds of mistakes in the future and build what we want to achieve in 2063. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I would now like to give the floor to the Honourable Chairperson of the Committee on Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I would also like to thank and congratulate the speakers on their presentations. And the thing that concerns me the most, and here I'm referring to the presentation done by Mr. Douglas, is with regards to countries where there are large numbers of children not going to school. And I would like to ask if whether during your time in these countries, whether you had the opportunity to meet with ministers of education, and whether you found that these ministers of education and other education officials were informed of the statistics that you presented, whether they are doing anything concrete to turn the tide and make a change, because we need committed people if we're going to achieve the Africa that we want to achieve. So statistics are good and conventions and treaties are good as well, but if there's no political will to actually move things in the right direction, then we are definitely not going to succeed. So I would like to know, when you visited various countries for your research and you visited the ministers of education or other officials, especially in the countries where you have large numbers of children not going to school, what was your impression of the ministers of education? What was your impressions of government officials? Are they motivated to make a change? Are they aware of what their challenges are? Do they have plans to ensure that a greater number of children go to school? Thank you. That was my main concern. Thank you very much to the chairperson of the Committee on Health. I would now like to ask our experts to respond to the questions. Our MPs, our honourable MPs, have asked a great number of questions and some of them overlap. So perhaps you can group them together in the interest of time and answer the questions from our MPs. Please go ahead.
Very much for that very robust engagement. I've tried to cluster the responses according to how the questions were coming in. One of the first questions, I think, was around how engagements are happening around education and the other child rights issues. I think one of the strategies that has consistently continued to work is around engagement with different committees at the national parliament level, and even today, like we're doing with the Pan-Africa Parliament. And then I would hope, I would hope, with your permission, that next time children actually come and represent themselves, because I think if they even knew I was here, I'm doing them a great disservice. We have wonderful children on the continent who have presented on very many national, continental, and also global platforms. So that is usually one of the ways. It's part of the exposure. It's part of how we share capacity with them. It's part of them actually telling their own stories, because they are able to do that. So we can discuss that at the very end. Honorable member from Zambia, you'll be happy to know that the government of Zambia is one of the ones that I really enjoy working with in terms of how they've embraced the child participation agenda. The research I'm referring to is the Young Voices research. It was a study where children in Zambia were talking about their rights, violence against children, and also the impact of climate change. But other than that, Zambia has a child-led voluntary national review that was done on the Sustainable Development Goals. And then Zambia is also one of the countries, like for COP28, COP29, they now have standing slots for children. So most of the SDG meetings, the climate change meetings, the Zambia government delegation actually does include children who then go and speak on their own behalf. There was a question around, when we are talking about child participation and children's voices, what ages we are talking about. A lot of the times it's children 11 to 17, particularly when it's a research. But if I correlate that with the question the honorable member asked about mental health and psychosocial support, when we go to different countries, Uganda, Sudan, South Sudan, even children as young as 5 are able to express their experiences. If they've just come straight out of conflict, they'll be able to do artwork. They are able to do acting, they are able to tell stories, they are able to sing songs. And so we do try to make sure that we capture everyone, but on the more research kind of related ones, we do work with children between 11 to 17. But again, because we recognize a lot of the adversities children are facing in transitioning into youth and adulthood, we can go up to 35 years of age as provided for by the Africa Charter, Africa Youth Charter. The other important question to point out is that in a lot of the countries represented in the room, we do have children's parliaments and children's councils. So it's an invitation for you to find out, honorable members, in your different countries, what are these institutions for children that are existing. In Malawi, for instance, the president has actually made a pronouncement in public that the Malawi Children's Parliament should be funded by government through the national budget. And you'll actually be interested to know that the national parliaments are all the way from national level representation all the way to devolved systems of government. The other question that came through is what leaders are doing in the different countries. When you look at the structures of government, we do have governments that are actually entertaining or engaging in strategic impact litigation. Sometimes when a law needs to be unpacked or a certain cultural practice needs to be more publicly discussed. We do have parliaments that are domesticating critical legislation, they are allocating budgets. We do have line ministries that are being very intentional around the kind of policies that are being formulated, how resourcing is being done, how information is being shared, and then the big question around the place of families. As an organization, we do have different programs that we do that target families. We do have approaches around parenting without violence, and other than families, also working with religious leaders, especially around harmful cultural practices. So for all those different ones, it's really critical to identify who are the voices within the society and how do we work with them. There was a question about whether there is a child protection tribunal. There are conversations that are happening along different sectoral and thematic issues. For instance, the AU is in the process of drafting the African Union mental health and psychosocial policy. We do have now very, very strong pronouncements and protocols that have emerged from the AU Peace and Security Council around child protection in peace support operations. And there's also an aspiration now around the child protection architecture and how the protection is taken beyond just peace support operations, and hopefully then maybe we need a specific child protection tribunal, or perhaps some of the existing human rights tribunals and commissions can actually then have specialized child protection units and functions. There was a bit of a political question that was raised around sexual and reproductive health rights and whether poor people should have children. It's usually a very thorny issue because in certain cultures or in certain economic statuses, children are the only wealth that certain families have. But I think the conversation needs to be a lot more granular around what sexual and reproductive health rights exist, what kind of education exists, what are the power dynamics within relationships, so that even as we are trying to deal with, for instance, family planning or contraception, we do know that on our continent, most of the time, women do carry the burden of contraception. But then it's also one of the things that do attract intimate partner violence. Sometimes a woman is trying to manage the number of children that are in the family. Maybe the intimate partner or the husband does not approve of that. So there are very many different dynamics that we really need to go into, even as we respect people's dignity and rights to choose what they want on their lives. I've talked about the psychological impacts and how on engaging on mental health and psychosocial support, we're using different modalities, art, song, storytelling for younger children, but we're also having older children who are able to present what they want. We even have an audiovisual product that we have tried to work on around the impacts of conflict on children and young people. And a lot of the time, the impact is not even just instantaneous, but can actually have intergenerational components. I have liked the recommendations to look into Egypt and what it's doing around 1 million health and the golden 1,000 days. I think those are really critical modalities of supporting the families. Around the crisis on out-of-school children, I think this is something that definitely we can continue to discuss. And one of the things, Wanja, maybe we need to discuss is how we also deal with those cross-border dynamics. I think the research really focused around national level concerns, but we're having a lot of cross-border transference and seepages of children also being out of school because they're just in quotes, in the wrong country. We do have a couple of different children's consultations. So like we have a consultation report in South Sudan and across really all the countries. So I'm happy to discuss, Rachel and I are happy to talk to you about your different countries and different voices of children that have come out and data that we can share. There was a question from the Honorable Member of the Gambia about cross-border collaborations on ending harmful cultural practices. I think there's now an AU model law. We have done different researches even around the cost of the harmful cultural practices, but also how much it would save governments. So we can share that just to see whether it also applies across the different country offices. I love the discussion on TVET always because TVET tends to offer a second chance to a lot of people who are not able to complete their learning through the formal education system. One of the interesting things you might want to look into, I know now in Kenya there's a whole initiative around recognition of prior learning. So related to TVET, so blue collar jobs. If you've been a plumber for many years, the government of Kenya now is able to quantify that according to different curricula and actually issue you certification that then you can now use to go to the next level of your education. So you don't have to start again through the traditional linear progression, but with that certification, maybe you can now go and get a degree. But it's something that a couple of us are trying to think through how TVET can continue to become a second chance for many young men and women. I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Thank you, Thank you, Kijala. My name is Rachel. My name is Rachel. I'm also from Save the Children. Just to add on what Kijala has said. Apologies about that. On mental. On mental and on mental and mental health and psychosocial support, we've also done researches in 3 countries: the Uganda, South Sudan, and Kenya, and to the level of looking at what are the existing practices or policies or frameworks that actually existed to the grassroots level. Because we can't start at the national level without also analyzing what's there at the grassroots level. And from that, we're able to build up on what has worked, what has not worked, and how we take it forward, as well as the harmful practices. I know the congratulations to the Gambia and the countries around for passing the laws and the policies. That's very good. That's a good start. Implementation of it, I know different ministries have plans. So how we come in as partners as well is looking at the plans that exist. How can we help the different ministries achieve the plans that they have set? So what can we work together to the different levels to ensure that whatever plans have set, whatever laws, policies have been developed, frameworks are there, we're able to actually actualize them on the ground, working with the different partners, whether it's children, whether it's the civil society organizations that exist, schools, academia as well. So all partners, when it comes to children, it touches all partners in the country. So I think that is what I really wanted to add as well. And on migration aspect, I think the cross-border piece of it is very, very important, because looking at documentation for children, looking at what ministries are handling the movements, because it sits in different ministries. And the policy gap that we did, for example, for the children in the move for 6 countries in the Southern Africa, actually we analyzed the agreements, the bilateral agreements that exist, the tripartite agreements that exist between governments, and we're able to pick what are the gaps that exist. Why are we not
handling documentation the same way in different countries? Why is education not prioritized in other countries, but it's because of the laws that exist? So how do we work with the different ministries? How do we work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? How do we handle family tracing and reunification, for example? Interpersonal trafficking now is becoming a big issue, as mentioned by by Our Excellency. It's becoming a big issue when you talk about cross-border work and trafficking. So that's one area that we are definitely working with the different ministries, also looking at the agreements that exist to be able to push forward the agenda and to see how best we can work with the different governments to be able to deliver on the set agreements and plans that exist. Thank you.
Yeah, so Honorable Chair, I know there are so many questions that have been asked, but I would like to lump them very briefly. And also, if you'll allow me, I have a colleague here from Afrobarometer who can answer the technical part for 1 minute. So I think when it comes to, there's someone who has asked me, like when it comes to involving the policymakers, including the members of parliament, I just want to remind the members here that Afrobarometer is, we just conduct surveys. And what we do is that we hope that all our findings and what the citizens are using, then the policymakers can take up these results and ingrain them in their policy making. And that's why now we have noted that over time we are trying to get into these spaces where we are able to get the policymakers, like the members in this house, such that then we can tell them what the continent is saying, and then from there they are able to take it up. Also, when at country levels, we have partners, especially across the 42 African countries where we are executing the service. And what we do in these countries is that we usually have dissemination workshops. Like once we have collected the data, we have to bring together the policymakers, the people in parliament, so that when we are disseminating the information, then they're able to take it up and ensure that any policy that they're going to design will be advised by data. And like I lightly mentioned it earlier, part of what we are trying to do is how do we escalate holding our leaders accountable for the policies that are supposed to be implemented, and also governments. We work closely with a lot of civil society organizations across across the continent, especially in West, South, and Eastern Africa, to ensure that we also bring the civil society organization on board so that they can escalate our effort to ensure that our citizens are heard. So I'll give this opportunity to Nyasha. I don't know where you are seated. Then you can mention a few things about Afrobarometer and how we collect our data. Nyasha?
Thank you, Douglas, and thank you, Chair. I think there are just one or two questions that I just need to answer on the question on how education can be able, how Afrobarometer can be able to assist on the quality of education. So what we basically just do is that we just conduct public opinion surveys on different thematic areas, and education is one of them. So the only way we can assist is to be able to give you parliamentarians what citizens are saying regarding education. Then our data can be able to inform you in terms of what you as policymakers need to do within your different countries to make education accessible and to also assist in making the quality, in enhancing the quality of education in the different countries. And then the other question was on, do we ask questions to children? Would love to do that, but you know, when you are asking surveys to children, there's an issue of consent that is involved. And we conduct our surveys in 39 countries at the moment. And you can imagine we do this round of surveys after every 2 years. So asking consent and all that becomes another administrative hurdle on our part. That's why we only ask questions to 18 years and above. But it's also an opportunity for other research think tanks who have got the ability and the resources to ask those questions to children, to also then fill in the gaps so that we can be able to understand what children are also saying regards to education. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen experts, honorable members of parliament, I think we've come to the close of these presentations on the program that we have today, and we'd like to give a hand to the experts for the wonderful job done. Thank you very much. So let's make progress and move on to the next item of our workshop. I want to advise you that with regard to the agenda, we would like to conclude the business of this morning because there is coffee and tea outside. So those who want to take a cup of coffee or tea can stand and go and help themselves. So for lunch, I think the coupons are going to be distributed after the second presentation. Let me now give the floor to the chairperson of this session to recognize the chairperson, Dauga Bala, and to the chairperson of the committee, our colleague from Burundi. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Education Committee. Without further ado, let me ask my colleague, who is it again? Is it you? Who is next? Yes, indeed. We are now tackling the second session. Let me ask Honorable Mariam, who is the chairperson of Gender Equality, to moderate this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I think that it is proper that I greet you first. Good afternoon. Could we please stand for a minute so that we stretch ourselves, we can recharge our batteries and continue further. So 1 minute, we warm up, and then we resume our business. There we are. I think it helps us, stretch a little bit, relax our muscles, and so on. Thank you very much. Now, we have a proposal to put before you. It is to merge one part of session 2 and 3 because time is of the essence. And I would have a presentation of the national legislations addressed to children before moving on to tackling the Salima initiative designed to fight against women genital mutilation. I think it is the same speaker, the same content. So what we're going to do is to beat the drums against child marriage. So these are the two proposals that we want to share with you. With the support of my colleague, we have shared the presentations. I'm going to introduce the presenters, and he's going to moderate the discussions to such an extent that we can make progress and go to lunch together. As stated by my colleague, do not worry. We'll receive our coupons in good time, and food is going to be served once we complete our business. Now, we're going to tackle the national legislations addressed to children. And before recognizing the speaker, let me reaffirm that children, young people, we say that they are our future. They are not our future. They are our present. That is why we're here. We are here for them. And the decision we're going to arrive at today will, I think, help us then prepare the leaders of tomorrow. So it is important that we pay adequate attention to this matter. Well, the law is just an accelerator. So the law alone is not sufficient. It has to be supported by the environment, by culture. Therefore, the law is just an accelerator. So with that in mind, let's say that the law is not sufficient on its own. So we need to add what parents are supposed to do and what society is supposed to do. So after this little introduction, let me request the speaker. I see the Secretariat of CIEDBE who is going to take the floor on this matter. I don't know if they're here. It is Madam who's going to do that. Thank you very much. So could you kindly introduce yourself because your name is not on the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. A very good afternoon, Honorable Parliamentarians and dear colleagues. My name is Opal Sibanda and I work at the Secretariat of the African Children's Committee, which is based in Maseru, Lesotho. So my presentation is going to focus on the overview of child laws in Africa. And briefly, I'll try to be as brief as possible as I am aware that we are running out of time. So I'm going to begin by an overview of the African Children's Charter, which will be followed by a status of child laws in Africa, and then the key challenges, and then lastly, I'll do the recommendations. So before I proceed with the presentation, for the benefit of other participants here, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child is an AU organ that is established in terms of the African Children's Charter, and its mandate is to monitor the implementation of the African Children's Charter, as well as to ensure the protection and promotion of children in Africa. So before I move to the status of child laws in Africa, I think it's important for me to talk briefly about the African Children's Charter. As we are aware, at continental level, we have the African Children's Charter that provides for a various number of rights that children are entitled to in the continent. So when we talk about ratification of the African Charter, we see that to date, we have 51 countries that have ratified the Charter, and we note that the Sahrawi Republic recently ratified the charter, which is actually commendable. So when we talk about ratification, we see that it is an important first step to protecting children, as it obliges governments to harmonize their domestic laws and implement them in terms of or in line with the treaty's standards and principles. So we note that since we have 51 countries out of 55 countries, we note that there has been a general progress in ratification of the African Children's Charter. However, when we talk about this ratification, I think it's also important to note that there are some countries that have actually ratified the Charter, but then they've made reservations to some of the provisions of the African Children's Charter. For instance, we have Mauritania that has made reservations under Article 9, which talks about freedom of religion. We also have Sudan that has made reservations, for example, Article 10 on privacy, as well as on Article 21 relating to child marriages. Unfortunately, even though Sahrawi Republic ratified the Charter, they also made reservations on a number of provisions, for instance, on education of pregnant girls, which is provided for in Article 11, sub-Article 6 of the African Children's Charter. And we also note that Egypt also made reservations to the African Children's Charter. So generally, when we talk about these reservations, we note that they affect the level of harmonization of laws at the domestic level, as countries that have entered reservations have no obligation to implement the provisions on which they have entered the reservation. So I think it's also a duty for parliamentarians, especially in countries that have not removed or reversed these reservations to advocate for the lifting of the reservations. So moving on to the status of child laws, we note that in terms of Article 1 of the African Children's Charter, it generally talks about the state party obligations. So upon ratifying the African Children's Charter, member states should take necessary steps to ensure the realization of the rights that are actually provided for in this charter, and this includes legislative measures. So this is also supported by a general comment that was developed by the African Children's Committee on State Party Obligations, which mentions that implementation is also the process whereby governments take the necessary legal, policy, budgetary, administrative, and other appropriate measures to ensure the full realization of children's rights in the African Children's Charter. And notably, we also see that Agenda 2040 for children, particularly Aspiration 2, it talks about effective, child-friendly, national legislative, policy, and institutional frameworks in place in all our member states. So in that regard, we note that member states have an obligation to ensure the implementation of the rights in the Charter by adopting laws that promote and protect children's rights and welfare. And this leads to my next slide on the status of child laws in Africa. And just to mention that this is not exhaustive, so I just chose some of the laws because of time. I cannot make reference to everything. So first of all, I think there has been general progress in African countries when it comes to adopting child protection laws in Africa. First of all, we note that in most constitutions, there is reference to children's rights. And in addition, we also have elaborate provisions on children in the Bill of Rights. For instance, we have Zimbabwe, Kenya, Malawi, DRC, Gambia, and other countries that actually have included children in the Bill of Rights, which is actually notable progress. And we note that the elaborate provisions are on a number of issues. For instance, the right to nationality, the right to education, the right to protection from sexual abuse, as well as issues addressing the rights of children in the juvenile justice system. So we see that including these sections on child rights in national constitutions actually helps to underline the key message that children are also holders of human rights. But we also note that this inclusion must be followed up by additional legislative and other measures. So in addition to constitutional provisions, we also note that African countries have made progress in referencing children in other statutes. For instance, we have the Education Acts, we have the Labor Acts, we also have criminal codes that also address the rights of children. So maybe just to mention, we also note that most of the Education Acts have provisions on free and compulsory education, as well as the inclusion of offenses in situations whereby parents do not send their children to school. And we also note that we have some provisions relating to the retention of pregnant girls in schools, as well as inclusion of pupils with disabilities. I can mention my own country in Zimbabwe. We have the Education Amendment Act of 2019 that addresses such issues. So when we talk about enacting laws, we should also ensure that these laws are harmonized with the provisions of the African Children's Charter. So I also highlighted some of the provisions of the Charter just to see how the countries have harmonized the provisions in line with those provisions in the Charter. So first of all, when we look at the definition of a child, we know that the African Children's Charter defines a child as anyone who is below 18 years, and there are no exceptions to that definition. So we note that there has been progress in that regard. We have countries that define the child as an individual below the age of 18 years, but we note that in Libya, we have the definition of a child at 16, although the majority age is 18. We also note issues regarding to minimum ages of marriage, the charter again, it's 18 and there are no exceptions. So we also note progress in this area as well, because most African countries have actually set the legal age of marriage at 18. And some countries have actually set it above 18 years. We note, however, some challenges because in some countries, even though the legal age of marriage is 18 years, there are some situations whereby children can be married, for instance, when there is judicial consent, and examples are Chad and Mauritius. So when we also look at the minimum age for employment, as we note that child labor is a key concern in Africa, we also note again that we have countries that have set the minimum age of employment at 14. For instance, Angola and Benin. Some countries have set the age above 14 years. For instance, Comoros, Togo, and Rwanda. And in some countries, we actually have below 14 for light work. And for instance, it's Uganda and Mauritania. Another issue affecting children in the continent is the issue of recruitment of children as child soldiers. We have the minimum age for army recruitment. Again, the charter sets this at 18. And we also note that in most African countries, that age has actually been 18, although we have some countries such as Cameroon, Cabo Verde, and Libya, whereby it's below 18 years. And then in some countries, when there is parental consent, children are actually recruited into the army. So when we talk about children's rights, I know people always say you talk about rights, but you don't talk about responsibilities. So we know that the African Children's Charter provides for children's responsibilities. And we also note that we also have some countries that have included provisions on the responsibilities of children. And for instance, if we look at Eswatini, there are legal provisions on children's responsibility. And the Constitution actually provides that children have the duty to respect their parents. And we also note the Child Protection and Welfare Act, which actually provides that children have the duty to work for family cohesion, respect their parents, serve the national community, preserve and strengthen social and national solidarity, and uphold the positive values of the community. And maybe something that I also skipped when I was talking about the constitutional provisions as well as other statutes, we also know that there has been progress in African countries whereby there are consolidated children's statutes. So in most countries, we have children's acts, and some refer them to child protection codes that elaborate on the various rights of children, which is actually commendable. So moving on to my next slide, I'll say some of the recent or significant developments, but again, this is not exhaustive. So in the issue of child marriage, we note again in Zimbabwe that there were amendments to the Marriage Act in 2022 to prohibit child marriages, and thereby reinforcing the Constitutional Court's decision in Mutsuru and another versus the Minister of Justice and Legal Parliamentary Affairs, which declared child marriages unconstitutional and setting the minimum age of marriage actually at 18 years. And we can say that this is commendable because this Marriages Act also makes it an offense, for parents to hand over their children in marriage. We also have an example on child labor in Kenya. We note that the Employment Act was also amended, and it imposes penalties for child labor violations. And the law also requires employers to ensure a safe environment for child workers, particularly for those involved in light work. Cybersecurity and online safety, it's another pressing issue. Children's rights in the digital environment. We also note that a number of countries have actually made progress in adopting laws that protect children in the context of the digital environment. I can make reference to the South African's Films and Publications Act, which introduced specific provisions to protect children from exposure to harmful content online, including stricter regulations on child pornography and online child exploitation. And we also note that there have been laws that also provide for the protection of children's personal data, which is progress as far as the protection of children's rights online are concerned. The issue of corporal punishment, I know we have diverging views on that, but we also note that there has been progress. We have countries that actually have laws that prohibit corporal punishment. For some countries, it's only in schools, but then in some countries, it's the prohibition of corporal punishment in all settings. And again, I can use an example of South Africa, whereby the Constitutional Court in 2019 ruled that corporal punishment in the home is unconstitutional, thereby extending the bans on corporal punishment in schools. And then lastly, I can make a reference to FGM. We know that Sudan criminalized FGM, and we also note that in Gambia, the parliament actually rejected a bill to overturn an FGM ban. So we also note that we have made progress in terms of adopting laws that protect children from harmful practices such as female genital mutilation. So moving on to the key challenges, we note that generally African countries have made progress in harmonizing their laws with the African Children's Charter, as well as other international and regional standards over the past decade. But however, we still have some challenges. I think from what I've observed, we keep on talking about, do we have quality education? Do we have all children attending school? So this is actually a key issue, because even if we have good laws, implementation of those laws are still a challenge, and we have many children not enjoying their rights. So we note, first of all, that we do not have adequate legal frameworks. In that regard, we see that many countries still lack comprehensive and updated laws that fully protect children, especially regarding new and emerging threats. We also note weak enforcement and implementation of laws. Even where the laws exist, we see that enforcement remains weak due to insufficient legal infrastructure and coordination among agencies. Lack of resources is also another key challenge, where we see that there is limited financial, human, and technical resources, which makes it difficult for governments to effectively enforce child protection laws. We also have cultural, customary, and religious barriers. We see that practices such as child marriages as well as FGM are still prevalent despite having laws that prohibit that in certain regions. And we see that we have a number of religious or cultural justifications undermining these legal frameworks, and which is actually a key challenge when it comes to implementing these laws. And then lastly, we see the emerging threats, the rise of online sexual exploitation, child trafficking, climate change, and exploitation of children in conflict zones, as well as violation of children's rights in the context of businesses. They present new challenges for existing legal frameworks. My colleague from Save the Children mentioned, for instance, climate change, that these issues sometimes they cannot just happen in South Africa, it can happen, everywhere. And sometimes when these violations happen transnationally, it becomes a problem for African countries to actually make sure that the law is implemented. For instance, as well, when it comes to online sexual exploitation of children, even if the child is in South Africa, the perpetrator can actually be in Egypt, and it can actually make it difficult for the law enforcers to enforce the law and make sure that the child in place has access to justice. So this is also one of the challenges that are being faced when it comes to implementation of laws in Africa. And then lastly, on the recommendations, I would say there is a need for continuous legal review and reform. There is a need to advocate for ongoing reviews of child laws, ensuring that they remain relevant in addressing both existing and emerging threats like cybercrime, as I mentioned, issues of climate change, child rights violations in the context of business, and child displacement due to conflict. There is also a need for increased resource for enforcement. There is a need to push for more funding and allocation of resources to child protection agencies, judicial systems, and and community level enforcement to improve law enforcement and legal services for children. Awareness and advocacy is also key, because even if we have the laws, we also have some individuals, some stakeholders that are not aware of the laws we have in place. So it's also important to engage in stronger awareness campaigns to educate communities, policymakers, and enforcers about children's rights, focusing on the harmful effects of customs and religious practices that violate children's rights. And then lastly, there is a need for strengthening cross-border cooperation. And in this regard, we note that there is a need to encourage regional cooperation in handling issues such as trafficking, online exploitation, and forced child labor, as these challenges often transcend national boundaries. So in conclusion, I would say overall, it is important to realize that harmonization of laws is not uniformity, and to ensure that the laws and policies on children are in line with the African Children's Charter. State parties must therefore engage in a systematic process of periodic comprehensive review, while also taking advantages of opportunities for child reform that emerge from other national development programs. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your reflections and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I think that we can give another round of applause to Madame Sibanda for her presentation. I'm not going to be long. I just wanted to underscore the fact that many countries have ratified the Charter on children's rights, but there are still a lot of challenges, including the fact that we need to sensitize and educate a number of citizens on the rights of children. And then there are issues of security, cybersecurity, childhood, early marriage, trafficking of children, and drugs. And I think that there was something that was not included in the presentation, and that is a challenge as far as I'm concerned, and that is the normalization of homosexuality from a very young age. And there are 3 recommendations for the MPs. The first is that as MPs, we need to review and revise our legislation on children's rights. And then secondly, we need to lobby for the rights of children. And thirdly, we need to take an active role in the strengthening of cooperation across borders, so cooperation between African countries. Thank you very much. And with your permission now, honorable members, I would like to give the floor to Madame Nena Tundu, who is going to be talking about the state of the protection of children in Africa. And she is going to combine her presentation with further information on putting an end to child marriage. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, honorables, and thank you, madam, for this opportunity. And so my presentation will be quite brief. It was 2 presentations in one. That we've combined them. Initially, it was Salima Initiative and Ending Child Marriage, but they're very interconnected, so we combined it into one. So, my name is Nena Tundu. I work with the Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development. I coordinate programs on ending harmful practices, other issues on child protection, and against online child exploitation and abuse. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. So, the Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Affairs, the Social Development Department is mandated with promoting the AU's health, labor, employment, migration, social development, drug control, crime prevention, sports, and culture agenda. I know there's a lot going on in the department, and these are some of the main areas and projects that we deal with. Now, if I may zero in line with social development, which is what I will be discussing, since ending child marriage, the AU campaign to end child marriage, and the Salima initiative to end female genital mutilation falls under social development. And this seeks to promote and protect the rights and welfare of the child through various flagship initiatives and other activities. So, the initiatives and the frameworks. The AU campaign to end child marriage seeks to accelerate action to ending, of course, child marriage, which affects 1 in 3 girls in sub-Saharan Africa. If I may, the screen, let me look from here. Before the age of 18. It encourages, the campaign encourages AU member states to adopt and enforce laws that set the minimum marriage age at 18, and in some countries at 21. Through the campaign, the Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, HHSD, encourages civil society and governments to track progress in reducing child marriage rates. The campaign also strengthens partnerships between AU member states to address cross-border issues related to child marriage. So just to clarify on that, the work that we've been doing, the campaign was launched officially in 2014. So the work that we've been doing has been working with a number of member states to encourage them to launch their own national campaigns to end child marriage in areas affected by child marriage. And at the time, we identified 30 countries under the DHS of UNFPA who have highest prevalence of child marriage, starting from 32% up to 75%. So we encouraged countries to launch campaigns to end child marriage and to mobilize communities that are highly affected by that, and to see alternatives to child marriage. Like what our colleagues were talking about earlier on education, to promote education of girls and to value girls as valuable citizens in society. Because once they're married as young as 10 years old, that's the end in most cases in terms of education. Of course, there are re-entry programs, but it is not the same. So thereafter, what we have done is that after the countries have launched, and we also encourage them to strengthen their national strategies or develop national strategies and strengthen laws and legislations against child marriages, which a number of countries have done. We also do monitoring and evaluation. And we visit countries where we want to see after they've launched, 3-4 years after they've launched, particularly after COVID. We followed up with a number of the countries to see what are they doing in terms of in terms of their national strategies. How have they been rolling out their national strategies to end child marriages and FGM? And one thing to note is not all countries have FGM. Not all countries have child marriage, as there may be smaller communities that have it. For example, one thing we noted is that for FGM in Southern Africa, it's not something which is very much prevalent or even known, but we have displaced people, refugees, who practice this harmful practice. So what we also look at is, what about those groups of people, you know, who come into countries as refugees, displaced peoples, and so on, and they practice female genital mutilation in a country where it is not prevalent. Same with child marriages. We visited a country, when I talked about we do monitoring and evaluation, we visited a country last year, and they told us we don't have child marriage. Child marriage is completely against the law, but we have cohabitation. So teenagers can cohabitate and have children and live like husband and wife without the pieces, without the paper. So there's those ambiguities that you know, that we also have to deal with when we're doing our M&E, and we do make our recommendations. We have so far visited a number of countries. We've since 2022, under the Spotlight Initiative with UNICEF and UNFPA. We have visited, I think, about 15 countries. Some of the countries of head are Eswatini, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Eritrea, of course, Ethiopia, Senegal, Niger, Mauritania, and a few others, and South Africa, Kenya, and a few others, so that what we do is we document what are they doing in their national strategies, not just to end child marriage, but on protecting children against abuse and violence. Gender-based abuse and gender-based violence and abuse, such as child marriages, FGM, also domestic violence. What are they doing? And then from there, we prepare reports, and we are working with UNICEF to publish those reports, to document, because we find in countries there's no documentation of good practices. There may be good things happening. For example, there may be good things happening in certain countries that are not documented. So a lot of the time, the country may not have the capacity. So we're working with UNICEF. All the reports which we have compiled, all the documents we've collected from the countries, we are putting them together. And with UNICEF this year, we are going to publish all the findings of the different countries that we have so far engaged with. Other countries which we're looking to engage with this year is Botswana, Morocco. We visited Tunisia before, so we want to also see more of North Africa as well, and what they're doing in terms of child protection. So Morocco is one of the countries we want to look at, Botswana, Chad, South Sudan, and Namibia. Okay, so now the Salima Initiative. The Salima Initiative was launched in 2019. And it encourages member states to develop and enforce laws banning FGM and prosecuting perpetrators. It provides guidance on education and awareness-raising campaigns to shift cultural norms. In the same way that the child marriage campaign, our work is also to shift cultural norms. This is a very difficult process, as you know. You cannot change people's minds in things that have been done for years and generations and generations. Just like, so one of the things which we found in child marriage is, poverty, or intergenerational vicious cycles of marrying young girls and so on. But poverty is one of the major ones. So continuing on with the Salima Initiative, forgive me. Okay, so some of the things that we've been doing on the Salima Initiative, like I mentioned in the child marriage, on the monitoring and evaluation, is we did have a second international conference on female genital mutilation, which some of you may have been a part of or heard of, from 9 to 11 October. which addressed the key and evolving issues on FGM. We looked at cross-border FGM issues and how countries can work together to prevent these cross-border issues, and also medicalization of FGM, which is which is quite prevalent in a number of countries. Taking a child to a doctor to be cut, a girl to a doctor to be cut, saying that's less of a risk of the child dying, but it's still a violation of the child. You're still violating the child, you're still abusing the child. So medicalization is one of the things which we have also been addressing, and we did at the second International Conference on FGM. And there was a declaration, and now this year we turned the declaration into a roadmap of activities. How do we want to work with member states? How do we want to work with regional economic communities, partners, young people, traditional leaders, which are very important? Just to mention, we do work with a number of stakeholders. Apart from what I mentioned, member states, RECs, young people are a key part of this, because you cannot talk about children without having children. You know, this is one of the things that we do when we have our consultations. We need children in the room because their perspectives are important. We cannot make decisions about children without hearing what they have to say. Children's minds, they're small, but their minds are big. So this is one of the things, and also the role of traditional leaders. They have a strong influence in a lot of communities in the countries that we've been in. And a lot of communities do listen to their traditional or community leaders. So those ones we work with to get on board, you know, to see what kind of mechanisms do they have in place to protect children against abuse and violence, particularly the girl child. And what are they doing to get children back into schools? Are they connecting with the laws and legislations on school re-entry policies of in countries where there are re-entry policies for girls who've been through teen pregnancy, child marriage, or dropped out of school? How are the traditional and religious leaders engaging with these laws and legislations? Or do they have their own laws within their communities? So these are key things that you know, we document, and like I said, we will be pulling it together this year. So I mentioned already the Spotlight Initiative. We do have another project against online child sexual exploitation and abuse in Africa. This one is something which I will be presenting later. So now I want to also discuss some of the other key frameworks that we work with other departments. Women, Gender and Youth Directorate. What we call them WGYD as an acronym. They are developing, together with us, they're developing the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which will be a comprehensive legal instrument for the prevention and elimination of all forms of violence against women and girls on the continent, as initiated as an outcome of the AU Men's Conference on Positive Masculinity Leadership. The Positive Masculinity is a project which WGYD, Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, has been leading on, and their last conference was last year. So this is a part of it. The convention is connected to how we want boys and men to grow up. It starts from boys to men. A boy can only become a good man if he has good role models, if he understands how the environment he's growing up in. children need to grow up in safe environments. This was already mentioned before by former colleagues. Children need to grow up in safe environment. If they see violence around them, that's what they will learn. So this is a part of it. The convention is currently in development process, and a draft will be submitted next year. Then we have the protocol on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, what we call the Maputo Protocol, which I think a number of you are aware of it. The instrument is the instrument provides. Forgive me for turning, it's because the laptop is not showing me some parts. The instrument provides comprehensive rights for women and girls in Africa. So far, 45 out of 55 member states have ratified the protocol, with Botswana being the latest to submit its instruments and ratification. So these are just a few things before I conclude. Of course, there are legislative gaps that we have observed. Inconsistent adoption of AU frameworks by member states, lack of comprehensive child protection laws and policies, and implementation. Weak enforcement, I've already mentioned that, weak enforcement and implementation, cultural and social resistance towards harmful practices within communities, insufficient resources or budget allocations for implementation of existing programs on ending child marriage and protection of children, limited public awareness on child protection laws. They are, in a number of countries, you'll find child protection laws, but the communities don't know what they are. Sometimes it's not even in the language they understand. So it's like a whole technical jargon that they cannot understand. And this is one of the things, like I said, documenting what we found and recommending that, we work with our partners, with the member states, so that communities understand what the laws are, what the rights of children are, and so on. Gaps in legislation, I will speak about that later, but there are also a lot of gaps in legislation that addresses online abuse and exploitation of children, because a number of times you may hear, okay, there may be online exploitation, online this, but children are hungry. So there are always priorities. Children are hungry. Children need to be back in school, and so on. So sometimes the online part is not prioritized. Unavailability of quality data to inform lawmaking. Evidence-based planning is not always there. So this is another thing. And yes, I mentioned already cross-border child protection issues. So the role of parliamentarians. The role of parliamentarians is a very key. We talked about different stakeholders, but the role of parliamentarians is a very, very, very important. And that's why we are happy to be here to make this, to bring this forward. Of course, drafting, advocating, and passing child protection laws, reviewing and amending existing legislation, and close gaps and improve enforcement of those legislation through different processes. Collaborating with civil society, regional economic communities, international bodies to ensure comprehensive protection of children. Building regional and international alliances. Aligning national laws with AU charters, international conventions, such as the colleague from the Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child is one of those to align national laws. Advocating for laws banning harmful practices, FGM, and child marriage, and making sure that these laws are going to the communities, like I mentioned. of course, budgetary allocations for child protection, promoting data protection laws and cybersecurity. Okay, so I will come to an end here just with a few recommendations. This presentation shall be shared. Strengthen child protection laws through regular review and amendment. Ensure implementation and budgetary support for child protection policies. Collaborate regionally to address transnational issues like child trafficking, online exploitation, cross-border FGM, and so on. So, parliamentarians, we cannot deny, and that's why we are all here today. Parliamentarians are a central part to the legislative process and we've met national assemblies and parliamentarians during our engagement with member states. They play a pivotal role in ending harmful practices, and we hope to continue collaboration, to collaborate with parliamentarians at national level, including, of course, with PAP, to continue the collaboration with the African Union and other international organizations essential for safeguarding child rights. The last thing I would like to, this is the end of my presentation, thank you, but if you may kindly indulge me, honorables, the one thing I wanted to mention is that we have to also ensure that when we talked about education, we're talking about education as a way of protecting the future of girls against child marriages. Of course, the expenses are there. There needs to be also social protection for the families, so that they're able to send their girls to school instead of putting them into marriages to get some a few monies, a few rands to, if I may just use the South African currency, a few rands just to feed the other children. But if the girls, once they re-entry, come back into school, we have to take into account that formal schooling is not for every girl. This is one thing which we have observed during our engagement with countries, with the different countries that I have mentioned and other countries. Formal schooling is not for every girl. You take a girl out of school because of teen pregnancy, because of child marriage, then she has an opportunity to come back to school. She cannot relate. A lot of the time you may find that she may not be able to relate. She's fallen behind. Her classmates are in grade 10. She's gone back to grade 5. She cannot relate. And then there's the stigma. And some girls, their mentality is not there. They're saying, okay, why should I go back to school? Let me just go back to the husband I was with. At least he was taking care of me. And who's taking care of my babies while I'm in school? So these support systems in societies are very important, just not putting girls back into school. And another thing is, the very last thing is also skills training. These girls also need skills training, not to go, some of them, it's okay, they can go back into the formal schooling. Others require skills training to start some kind of small entrepreneurship, So thank you so much for your time, honorables, and my time is up. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so very much. Thank you again. So we've come to the conclusion of the presentation of this morning. So before giving the floor to my colleague who's going to moderate the question and answer session, I wanted to say that I'm not apologizing, I'm not defending anything, only that we ought to understand that there is no African parent who is ill-intentioned and who just forcibly marries her child or mutilate her just because he's a nasty parent. Because when you look at it from the Western mindset, we want to point fingers at parents. I think what we need to do is to offer them an alternative solution. It is just because somebody is trying to ensure that his or her daughter is safe and secure. In my country, we are fighting against genital mutilations, but we've come up with solutions because some of these practices go back centuries. So they think that's how things are supposed to be done. So if we look at the situation we tackle them face on, I think we'll be able to propose solutions to the parents and make them more able to see reason in what we are suggesting. Now, let me recognize my colleague who is going to moderate the question and answer session. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Now, since we don't have much time, we will go straight to listening to comment, questions, and also sharing lessons. So we will give 3 minutes per person. Since my colleague had already started, or rather started giving the floor on the right-hand side, I'll go left. So I'll give the floor to the Vice Chair. Apologies, Madam Chairperson, Deputy Chair.
Of our third Vice President and our fourth Vice President. Merci, merci d'être là.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Sr. Presidente da Comissão.
Chairperson, and to all other deputies and MPs present here, the committees on gender, justice and education, and also to the speakers that who have come from the African Union and from other organizations, and to all the parliamentarians that are here to follow the work of the committee. I asked for the floor to, first of all, to salute the presence, but also to tender a small comment under the theme and the discussion, and also to apologize because I'm going to have to leave because I have another meeting after, and we're already late for this meeting. We also, as you know, we had other committee meetings that are occurring simultaneously. And we also have the meeting with of the honorable secretaries of the various parliaments from over 30 countries that are here present or represented. We also have the Association of the General Secretaries of the Pan-African Parliament, which was created in 2015. So in the morning, we also had to preside to their opening. So we didn't have the pleasure of being with you early this morning, but our heart was here, that I can assure you. Because here we have all the committees that we consider to be the ones that would ensure and to ensure the rights and the protection of the children and the teenagers of our continent. Chairs of the Gender Committee did mention something about the harmful practices. We have to analyze and review what are these traditional practices and what is really our global realities, and to see how we're going to protect our children. We, as parliamentarians, have a very important role, which is crucial because we are the legislators. We are the ones who are the lawmakers, and to the protection of our children in our parliaments. Therefore, we at continental level have an important role because, as the speaker said, she mentioned that we have about 30 countries with the early marriages, with the high practice of such early marriages, and this is very serious, particularly because it violates the rights of the children. That means more than half of the African countries do not have these regulations. So we cannot just leave this. We cannot stand silent. We're talking about our daughters, our cousins, our nephews, our grandchildren. So we have to do something about this. And to show that together we are very strong, I would like to, with the permission of our colleague from the Gambia, to bring here something very important we did in the previous session that shows that united we show our strength. You will recall that we had a petition in the social networks about the MGF, a law that was being revoked in the Gambia. So our colleague, when she arrived here, she didn't have the courage to ask for help, but we decided to support her. So what happened? As a result, that law was revoked. And this is what it is expected from us in Pan-African Parliament. Together, we are strong. The traditional practices must be improved. And we have to improve them in a positive sense, to give the strength for the children's rights so that they can have access to their rights, so that they can enjoy their rights fully, so that they can have time to study, time for their recreation, and also to do the domestic work, but respecting their rights. So if we are here today, it's because our parents have reserved our rights. So we have to know that the daughter or the son of my neighbor does not have the consciousness, she's not conscious that is violating a right. I feel I must do something about that. As a woman, as an MP, I must be in solidarity with my community. And that is where we have all these works with the community leaders, with the religious leaders, so that in a pedagogic form, we convey the values that must be observed and respected so that our children can have access to education. Because education is the key for everything. There is no development without education. There is no country in the world that's a developed country or that can be duly developed if there's no education. But yes, in the case of developed countries, is that because the girls and the boys had equal rights and equal access that has been sustained at the level of their countries. And that is what we have to do so that we can do our advocacy with our countries, especially those countries that have not ratified as yet these instruments regarding children's rights. And we have to work so that those countries that have not yet ratified the protocol about early marriages, so that it be duly ratified. 15 countries have already done about the early marriages. We are 55 countries now, so we still have 10 countries left. So let our committee, and I know that Mrs. Meredith is very efficient, you see, they're already starting to talk about our committee, about the gender committee. I'm still wholly for this committee about education and justice and health. The secretaries of these committees must do work to determine which countries that have not yet ratified so that we can jointly, from now on until 2025, to ensure that the parliament is closer to the people, and so that these countries can also do the advocacy that is needed to do with the state members. I'm not going to take you more any longer, but I sincerely must say would like to urge you to continue to fight in order to ensure the rights of the children, and in particular of our girls, because there's no peace, there is no development without any access to education. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, a luta continua. I think we have to continue fighting for our children. I know that the agenda is top heavy, but we'll continue discussing with the MPs. Yes, colleagues, the colleague from Uganda has the floor.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is my view that this is not a university seminar or workshop. This is a joint committee of parliamentary committees. The Pan-African Parliament is not a national parliament. We are set up by the treaty, first of the Constitutive Act, and the treaty establishing the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament. So we have statutes that govern us. These statutes give us responsibilities and mandate. I would like our colleagues who have come to present to relate their presentation to the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament and the responsibility. Let us look at the protocol, Mr. Chairperson. Article 11.3 talks about harmonization and coordination of the state laws. That is part of the obligation, the mandate of this Pan-African Parliament. Related with our rules of procedure. Rule 4, sub-rule D for daddy. It talks about harmonization and coordination of the legislative texts of the member states. That is what we should be emphasizing. And I expect our colleagues who have come, because we all know the mischief about the African child. We know it. We know it. But what is our mandate as the Pan-African Parliament? How do we coordinate and harmonize the legislations all over the continent? One of the experts says we don't have to be talking about uniformity, but harmonization. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Chairman. 51 countries have ratified the Charter. 51, meaning there is a basic on which we all agree. How have we now translated that into domestication? And this is the research I want to see. Say, here we are talking about what we all agree. Have we translated that into our national laws? That is our mandate. That is our responsibility. I don't agree with a situation where we come here and we behave like we are in a workshop. We are policymakers, we are legislators. And we are supposed to be looking at our experts to say, look here, countries X and Y and Z have this sort of legislation, and they have already rectified. Then there are those that have rectified, Mr. Chairman, but have done it all with reservations. There is what we all agree, and there is what we don't agree with, as we don't have a uniform agreement on that. So we can now debate on the areas where we don't agree, and then see how we can harmonize. If this parliament does not go beyond us discussing like we are in a workshop, we are wasting people's time. We are supposed to be talking about policy and law. Policy and law. And how do we now undertake what you would call a sensitization of African policy. Where is the conflict? Where is the point of disagreement? I rest my case.
Merci beaucoup pour.
Thank you very much for your statement. Well, the Pan-African Parliament will know how to coordinate and to harmonize the legislations of the various countries. Without further ado, let me give the floor to my colleague next to me.
ملاحظة قصيرة جدا، وهي أننا فيه طابع سياسي ليست تشريعية. لا.
Indeed, we are here not to adopt any decisions that are binding to member countries, but because our continent is big, we have to bear in mind a legislation that is specific to countries and be able to identify those that we can agree upon and harmonize thereof. But to come up with idealistic laws is going to be very difficult, because to agree on such laws will pose problems. So what I've noticed is that there is legislation where we say that we had to change this or that, tweak this and that, but it's very difficult to turn them into realities. So to make sure that this legislation is translated into acts requires that we find a common ground, we find pluses, but to try and target an idealistic situation, I think, would be an impossible task. Thank you. Where are you from, sir? I come from Mauritania. So let's recognize our brother from Libya then. Thank you, Saad Darkour from Libya, member of the Legal Commission of Libya and a member of the Human Rights Caucus in our country. So it is important that we also stick to the time that has been allocated to us. But I think we've agreed on the fact that there has been progress, and this matter actually involves our children. So my colleague has just so rightly stated the same. So, but we have to bear in mind our historical background and our religious background. So, but slowly, we're making progress in improving these legislations and take into account what we have in terms of religious historical contributions to our existence. Indeed, what my colleague from Libya has stated is right, because 18 years of age is the age that has been now recognized in our countries, and we don't want to see children working before that. But we have to bear in mind that there are also social implications and historical implications together with religion. So it is sometimes quite difficult to change overnight a culture. But if we note that since the 1990s or 80s, I think there's been improvement in terms of women's rights as well as children's rights. So, and in our country, the parliament is a constitutive organ. And here, when we come here, we discuss, we try to find solutions. But sometimes what we agree upon is not followed by action. And some people come here present a document that whose copies are not distributed. Maybe it's because of the lack of time. Presentations are done very quickly, and sometimes it's quite difficult for us to follow. So we really plead with the Parliament to make sure that documents are distributed in time so that parliamentarians are able to read through and understand what is contained in the Charter, because sometimes when we talk about the rights of the child or the rights of women, so these are things that need to be presented with supportive documents. But we can't just point fingers at people and say, maybe in Libya it is this situation, 16 years old. But of course, things have improved. So, situations are not similar in countries. In some countries, girls actually get to maturity at 12 years, some 16, some 18. Thank you for your kind attention. Well, these presentations, indeed, when we look at the time that we have, because speakers were requested to manage their time properly, but anyway, we'll see how we can improve in future. Toure from Gambia has the floor, followed by Burundi.
Mr. Chairman, I also thank Ms. Banda and Ms. Nena for the wonderful presentation they have done. I have a very short question for Ms. Banda, which is, it's not very clear whether the protocol she is talking about is reviewing CEDAW or is a completely new convention. That's what I want to know from her. For Ms. Nene, I'm interested for her to come back again and give more explanation on the Salima initiative on these harmful practices. What is it about exactly? We know that when it comes to child marriage, that is something that's being conquered stage by stage, because the children themselves are going to school, and if you have something in the curriculum to educate them about the harm in marriage as a young girl, they will protect themselves from that. At least that helps a lot to get off that. But when it comes to harmful practices, it is the parents themselves that are causing this thing to their own children. A mother takes her own child, to a traditional, circumciser and say, do this to my child. She believes it, the circumciser also believes it. That is a very difficult culture to conquer. So I was thinking, the reason why I'm talking about collaborative effort or holistic effort is that if, for example, you have a group that is in Senegal, which is very close to Gambia, and they know how they have conquered. They've gone through this because they ratified the law before the Gambia, and they come into the Gambia to do some sensitization. Gambians can also go to Senegal and cross and do the sensitization. So because of the relationship between Senegal and the Gambia and the languages, they'll be easily connected to Senegal to understand the importance of what we are telling them. But what is happening in our countries is that politicians are afraid to go and do the sensitization. Religious leaders, even if they don't believe in this, they are still afraid to go because the overwhelming majority of Gambians are opposed to this. So that's why we have to have different strategies to deal with this so that we'll be able to eliminate it. That's why I'm interested when she mentioned the Salima strategy. I'm very much interested in that if she can do more explanation on that. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Anita.
Merci encore une fois de m'accorder.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor again. We spoke about the state of legislation in Africa with regards to children and children's rights and the role of the African Union in the fight against violence against women and children. In Burundi, we have a national policy to protect children and to ensure that children have rights in front of the law and within their communities. And this is in accordance with international conventions. And we have noted improvements in Burundi with regards to child protection. And we believe that the place of the child is in school. And so we have taken steps with regards to parents who do not put their children in school and force them to work instead. We therefore created an institutional framework in this regard, and also a framework to protect women and children against violence. And this text was adopted by our parliament. The government of Burundi has taken several measures to eradicate all forms of violence in the family. And special units were created within the courts to deal with violence against women and children. We also developed a national strategy to combat violence against women and children. We created special units to also support and help the victims of such violence. Thank you very much, Ms.
Merci de m'accorder la.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. Chairperson. I have a proposal. And it's a proposal with regards to ending female genital mutilation. And I am a member of the Committee on Health and Social Affairs. I am not sure if there are other countries here present who consider female genital mutilation as a taboo and something that needs to be eradicated. But in our country, it is not a common practice. And we experienced certain cases of it, and steps were taken against it. And we believe that it is up to all African countries to take steps to eradicate female genital mutilation, because it is a crime against humanity. It goes well beyond violence against women. And imagine if it were you experiencing such a thing and having your rights taken away from you in that way. I would like us to declare it as taboo, as prohibited, and prevent girls in the future from being mutilated in such a way. And I would like to propose that we work on a model law for the complete eradication of female genital mutilation. Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing the experience of Burundi. And now we're going to move to the center of the room. We're going to start off with Madame.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا سيد الرئيس. المتكلمة فاطمة حبيب من جمهورية.
I am MP Habib from Mauritania. And I would like to thank the two presenters for their presentations. I learned a lot from these presentations. And a hearty congratulations to both of them, and congratulations also to all the countries who have ratified the convention. I believe it was 45 out of 54. And after ratification, what is important is the application and follow-up. So the application of legislation also involves education and sensitization. We need to educate our populations, our people, and sensitize them to the need or the existence even of legislation. And that will enable them to take the necessary measures themselves to respect the law. And it is important that those who are in charge of following up on legislation and its application take note of the level of awareness of the legislation and where there are gaps. There may be gaps through a lack of knowledge, but also perhaps cultural or traditional issues that prevent people from respecting the law. So we do need to also find a balance between religious and cultural beliefs and our legislation in protecting women and children. And as my colleague said, in such legislation to protect women and children, it would be there would be lots of positives because this would lead to progress in our society and the society moving forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Honorable Rosemary Bangura from Sierra Leone, and also I'm in the Health Committee. I want to immensely thank the two presenters today for their presentation, which evolves around our children, and our children are our future. If we don't protect them, if we don't provide for them, if we don't nurture them, then I think our future will be bleak. But listening to the presentation, just recently, our country, Sierra Leone, has enacted the prohibition of child marriage law, and I was expecting one of the presenters to have make mention of Sierra Leone, but I don't know whether maybe lack of data, as one of them did state that some countries don't have data or they don't report adequately. But I want to see that Sierra Leone has made significant strides in improving the legal framework surrounding children's rights and the welfare of our women and children. We have also ratified various international treaties and has enacted progressive laws to help protect our women and children. The law that we enacted just recently in June to prohibit the child marriage has gotten a presidential assent, and now we are in the domestication process. And this law provides for the minimum age requirements, and also the annulment of all existing child marriage in the country, and also penalty for offenders. And we also are making adequate provision through the budget to protect the victims. And also in the case of FGM, in my opinion, I would say that we need the political will. And also, we need to re-strategize and change our approach towards approaching and ending FGM. Because FGM has been with us, especially from where I came from, my tribe, our country. FGM is deeply rooted in our societies, both spiritually and also economically. The women that goes to do the acts, they are being paid for. So what do we do? How do we approach them to stop? Then we need to provide an alternative source of livelihood for them so that they can desist from such practices. And also we continue to educate our girls. That is why, just as our third vice president have said it all, that education is the key. We need to educate the girls so that at the end, maybe in the next 5 years down the line, in the next 4 years down the line, FGM will fade away. But with the approach that we are going, decriminalizing FGM, telling the people to stop just like that, I'm afraid. Because some of us, even the politicians, we are afraid to go and face and tackle these issues. We are afraid, just as our member from Gambia have said, that we are afraid. We cannot go because when you go and you tackle these issues, the people that we go and we decriminalize their practices, they will come back to say, no, you are against us, so we are not going to vote for you. So therefore, let us change our approach and let us continue to raise the awareness that the girls themselves will say no. And the parents themselves will be well informed to say no. Let us put an end to it. Thank you.
Pas facile, hein?
Not easy indeed. And listening to you, I am afraid as well. Fighting against some deep-rooted traditions, it's not easy to put an end to them. So now we're going to move to the right. Are there any comments? Yes, Madame from Uganda.
Thank you so much, Chair. Allow me once again to thank the people who presented today. My question goes to Prudence. Thank you so much for your good presentation. Apart from meeting parliamentarians, do you go beyond to meet community leaders and parents to know their problems, their views, and to at least educate them about what they are supposed to do? Because like you said, some of them don't know what they are supposed to do. Sensitization, it's really crucial for us, especially to mothers. We've left our responsibilities to government. Mothers, at the end of the day, we have to take our loads and look after our children. Because when we keep saying government, parliamentarians, members of parliament, to me, sometimes I think it's really way too much for the government. We don't need to leave it all to the government, especially like online, our children watching those movies. You find a kid is 15 or 6, you're giving them gadgets, you're not monitoring, especially us who work. To some extent, I think we need to do more of sensitization. Then the norms. There are some parents who still believe that educating girls, it's a loss. They force them even into marriage to get school fees for the boys. So sensitization is crucial. We need to educate our local people and see them the advantage of educating girls as well. Thank you.
Pour le français, il faudra vérifier chez vous.
For French, we weren't receiving French during the last couple of minutes. Some of the French speakers do understand English, but it would be nicer to listen in French. Thank you very much for the contributions, honourable members. I would like to now give the floor to our presenter to answer some of the questions very briefly. Thank you.
Can I start? Oh, okay. Thank you, honorables.
Okay.
Yes, thank you,
I
honorables.
regarded the second.
Okay, thank you so much, honorables and honorable moderator. Thank you for doing such a great job. Okay, so some of the what was mentioned was comments, which are well taken, and I would like to just address what honorable one of the honorables on the table on the high table mentioned that when it comes to harmful practices, it's a very complex issues, very, very complex. It's you mentioned honorable that honorable on the high table, madam, you mentioned that parents are not out there to hurt their children. They're not out there to sell their children into child marriage or to cut their children. There are a lot of deep-seated complex issues involved. There's societal issues, there are issues involving this is how it's been done for decades and decades, and why change now? I know we visited a country where we walked in on a focus group between an imam and some young ladies and their daughters, and the ladies were saying, "But I went through child marriage. Look at me now. I'm fine. I was married when I was 13, 14. I'm fine." And a lot of the time, it also has to do with poverty, the lack of opportunities. Parents don't want to sell their children, but they need the money. This is one of the biggest factors. And the other thing was also FGM. The society is believing that FGM is the right thing to do, that this is the way for in some cases, this is the way for the girl to remain clean, to find a husband, otherwise she won't find a husband. And also the ones who, and then I mentioned medicalization as well, now taking it to a hospital, oh, it's safe. It's like circumcising a boy, but it's not the same thing. So these are key issues. It's very complex, and it's something which we are working, with so many different stakeholders. And another thing is engaging with families. I think Madam from Uganda, Honorable from Uganda, was mentioning engaging with families is very important. And also when we are doing the work that we do, of course, AU is a continental organization, so we have to, and we don't have offices in every single country. So we work with a lot of partners, a lot of local CSOs, and through that, we're able to reach out to the grassroots communities and find out what is the role of families. The role of the family is very important. We have a plan of action on the family, which my colleague, Mr. Lefoko, has been working on, and it comes into play strongly. It's the parents that are raising the children. It starts from early childhood development. How a boy is treated, how a girl is treated, what they're exposed to, whether they're in a safe environment, whether they're being abused or not. It is the role of the family to make sure that the children are in a safe environment and in communities with the support of the communities that they're in. And it starts from early childhood development, developing their minds. Also, what was mentioned on the online exploitation of children, with children having so many access to gadgets, 2-year-olds with phones and iPads and so on. Parents are the ones who have to control these things, and it is very important on that. I think there was a point on the role of PAP. Yes, I'll be very frank. I'm happy to be here today because this is my first opportunity to engage with members of PAP. and with PAP itself. And I hope that for future we continue to engage and understand that what the role of PAP in the work that we do and how we can strengthen our collaboration. We are already working with parliamentarians and national assemblies at country level in some of the countries that we've visited. But PAP is also a big, is also a major role, not at national level, but as an institution, plays also a major role in the work that we have been doing to bring parliamentarians, to ensure that parliamentarians are in the forefront. Because it starts with the laws, it starts with the legislations, and we have to connect the legislations and the laws to what is going on the ground. In a number of countries, you may find that their like for the country I'm from, their community justice systems, that are existing outside of what's going on at the national level. So their community justice systems, their law enforcement systems, which are disconnected, from what is going on at the national level. But these need to be brought together. These need to be harmonized. The communities need to understand the community justice systems are important. Yes, it's important to them, but it is also important for them to understand what are their rights. You know, what are the rights of their children? What are their own rights as well? And how can we connect the two in a way that they can understand? You cannot go into a community and start saying, okay, we have, we have a law on gender-based violence, protecting girls against gender-based violence and so on. They will understand, they'll be like, what is this law? What is all these legal things? You know, it has to be in a way that they understand and they can relate to and they can align with what they're already doing. So this is from my side. I pass on to my colleague from the committee. Thank you so much, honorables.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Parliamentarians. I noted that most of the issues were reflections, so I'm going to be brief as well, so that I do not repeat most of the things that have been said. And just to echo what my colleague Nena has also highlighted, for the African Children's Committee, this is actually the second time we have engaged the Pan-African Parliament or the members of Parliament. So I think in the future, it would also be good for us to identify ways in which we can continue collaborating and ensuring that member states actually have in place laws that protect children's rights. But then maybe, since we're talking about looking at specifically the Pan-African mandate, I just thought of maybe two recommendations that when it comes to child protection laws, there might be a need for the Pan-African Parliament to then establish mechanisms to monitor and evaluate the implementation of child protection laws across member states. And then looking again at the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament, I note that it does not have legislative powers to create binding laws, but I also thought that it can play a role in drafting and proposing model laws and resolutions that can guide member states in harmonizing policies related to children's rights. There was an issue about bearing in mind the history and background of different countries, including religious backgrounds. So we acknowledge that, but then I would also like to bring to your attention that when you look at the African Children's Charter, Article 1 specifically says any custom, tradition, cultural or religious practice that is inconsistent with the rights, duties and obligations contained in the present charter shall to the extent of such inconsistency be discouraged. So we really acknowledge the role of religion, but then we also say are these practices in the best interest of the child? If we have a religious practice that says we can do this, we can do that, but is it in the best interest of the child consent? Is it going to make sure that this child continues enjoying their other rights, or it actually impedes the enjoyment of rights by other children? And then there was also an issue, I think it was Sierra Leone. I think I highlighted in my presentation that it was not exhaustive. So the countries that were mentioned, it's not like they're the only ones that have been doing good when it comes to adopting laws that protect children. So we also acknowledge the progress that has been made by Sierra Leone. And just to highlight that the African Children's Committee will be having its 44th ordinary session from 2 to 12 of October. And notably, the government of Sierra Leone has actually been invited to come and share best practices, particularly with reference to this law reform on ending violence against children and harmful practices. So we really, really acknowledge what has been done by Sierra Leone and other countries, even though they were not mentioned in the presentations. Thank you so much. Back to you, Chair.
Excuse me, honorable chair. I don't mean to interrupt. I don't mean to interrupt. Forgive me. I missed something. There was a very key question on the Salima initiative. In the interest of time, the honorable who wanted to know more about the Salima initiative, please, if we can meet bilaterally. If we can meet bilaterally, I'll give you all the information you need and all the explanation. That's all. Thank you.
May we address you from the interpretation booth, Mr. Chair? Chairperson. Chairperson, can you hear us from the interpretation? Can you hear us? Chairperson, can you hear us? Chairperson, can you hear us from the interpretation booth?
Ok, on arrive à la fin de notre travail.
Okay, we are going to be taking the break. So we're going to take our lunch break and we are going to come back at, perhaps the chair can give us some time. Okay, yes, it is indeed the lunch break now. And we're going to come back in an hour. So we will begin again at 1500 hours, 3 p.m. Thank you. Bon appétit.
Recording stopped.
Ah, yes. Thank you, my sister.
Ok, c'est bon.
But don't capture the seats empty. Find a of. Yes,
Yeah, just like that. And yeah. See, code guideline, yeah.
It works. We go.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, chers honorables collègues députés de l'Union africaine, permettez-moi de vous saluer vous tous. Aujourd'hui, l'Afrique comme vous le savez, merci. Bilal ñëwal da ngay jege s'il ba fii nga xam ne drapeau yi. Oui, comme vous le savez. Vous me permettez. Merci. Merci encore. Bilal jël ma vidéo. Attends, léegi dañ may jël vidéo. Damay wax ak waay soo paree rek ñu yëgee def. Oui, je voudrais d'abord saluer l'ensemble de la population de Nioro. Ma wax maa ngi nuyu ñëpp di gërëm ñëpp ñi ma jàppale tey ba ma nekk député si seen ñaan si seeni ay vote seeni carte maa ngi leen di gërëm bu baax di leen sant bu baax maa ngi nii ba Afrique du Sud ci parlement africain mais fàttewuma waa Nioro dinaa ñëw wax ak yéen ci liggéey bi ñu def liggéey bu rafet bi ñu def assemblée nationale ba pare di sant ñëpp nit su la joxee lu rëy da nga ko war a sant bu rëy maa ngi gërëm xale yi maa ngi gërëm mag ñi maa ngi gërëm kilifa aada yi kilifa diine yi di gërëm waa Benno Bokk Yaakaar yépp di gërëm l'ensemble ñi ma jàppale woon pour ma nekk député à l'Assemblée nationale aduna nag nii la day dem day ñëw fii ak 17 novembre am nañ élection incha allah fii ma nekk su ma fi jógee dinaa waraat département bi yëpp waxtaan ak nit ñi ñu wax ma dégg ma wax ñu dégg jërë ngeen jëf maa ngi leen di ñaan di leen gërëm wasalaam. Attends, on prend beneen dama ci wax français commence maa ngi nuyu waa Nioro bu baax maa ngi fii ci Afrique du Sud ci Union africaine ci parlement Union africaine mooy assemblée nationale bu Afrique yëpp dajee mais di leen nuyu di leen sant di leen gërëmaat ci li ngeen ma fal ba moo ma permettre tey man di représenter Sénégal à l'Union africaine élection yi nag ñu ci ñëw le 17 novembre incha allah avant boobu dama bëgg gërëm population Nioro yëpp muy xale muy mag muy jigéen muy kilifa diine ak kilifa aada gërëm képp koo xam ne ni jàppale woon na ma pour ma nekk député à l'Assemblée nationale du Sénégal le 17 novembre nag ñëw na ba pare mais avant bés boobu dama bëgg ñëw wër département bi yëpp ñu wax ma dégg manit ma wax ngeen dégg parce que Sénégal fu mu toll situation bu jafe la situation bu métti la te dal dong moo mën a régler problème yi ñu fal ay représentants yoo xam ne nii à l'Assemblée dinañ taxaw pour Sénégal dong loolu mooy nekk suñu tànk incha allah mais maa ngi gërëm ñëpp di sant ñëpp wasalaam jërë ngeen jëf.
Mashallah.
da ngay wax écoute ben ngeen wax mais yaa ngi rafet yow ñii seen fi moo rafet seen design bi rafet
Si, mun naa wax.
nañ nga balaa ñu tëj jël ma ci damay waaj desal yow su doo jël sama téléphone boobu ñu ngi doon jël saag xool saag baa ngi ma def bilaa saag baa ngi kon bàyyi njël ba Ali bàyyi ko Ali patron la man téléphone jogan laam
La classe.
Ali patron la man jogan la
1 minute rek.
2 minutes salaamaaleykum waa Sénégal man la honorable député Aminata Dieng ñëw fii ci Afrique du Sud ànd ak honorable député yi ñu ñëwoon nag macha allah représenté Sénégal liggéey fi liggéey bu am solo ci commission yi waaye mënuma waxte duma sant sama président yi nga xam ne moo tax wax dëgg yàlla ma ñëw assemblée nationale di Serigne Moustapha Sy maa ngi koy ñaanal yàlla di ko sant di ko gërëm di jaajëfal waa Yewwi Askan bi yépp tamit waaye may nuyu bu baax waa Yoff di nuyu waa Ouest Foire waaye di nuyu bu baax waa Barkédji fàttewuma kenn di wax ne jeunesse bi ñëw nañ fii jël nañ kàddu défendre leen défendre jigéen ñi défendre aussi ñi nga xam ne ñooy handicapé yi nag ñoom chaque jour dama leen di xalaat di leen bàyyi xel di sant ñëpp di gërëm ñëpp di nuyu bu baax suñu président assemblée nationale Amadou Mame Diop duma waxte duma ko gërëm parce que tamit yombalal nañu lépp di sant ñëpp di gërëm ñëpp merci beaucoup.
Photo lii si one shot la warul dépasser 1 minute. Tu comprends? Su dépasser 1 minute nit ñi ko bëgg a dugal ci.
D'accord léegi d'accord.
Assalamu alaikum mbadimul mbal be konton na mo metoni jamola. Groupe Agir pour Bilaliba mbal be konton na mo metoni jamola. Ka ñanim kol konton ka wullen kol konton. Surwa Mandinka Jakanke Sarakule mbal be konton na mo metoni jamola. Comme nga kacha furo ke ñame mbo kacha tandikam bi ale yake mbi Afrique du Sud Johannesburg Afrique be le parlement bimbelori wolte ten kadiamu kal 50 kili pour que nga kafu ñoma nga mburo di ñola nga ke bakilim fakilinti bi ale yake bi maka koli bantanto futata Afrique du Sud maka koli bantanto futata Afrique be kono maka koli bantanto futata dulato bi ma mira nato si futano woto ale yake bi nak maka koli bantanto futata je Tambacounda to futata Afrique kono Tambacounda be kafuñoma bi Tamba département ñine ma folote Tambacounda dimoy futa Afrique kuŋoto donc kal be konton kal be jayi kal ñaak be ya tew siti assemblée la janja ñinte fenti ali ngan tew siti ngam menke nunta nga ñoke nga yela maje nga mako kolibantan to tentendi donc sal hakotu ñe be konton be jayi la be remercier la kendeke alhamdulillah rabbil alamin zaf alhamdulillah rabbil alamin alhamdulillah rabbil alamin di balbe kon merci bien
léegi sama bos bi dafa gudd nga ko
non kii moo gën a gudd mais bàyyi ma yónni leen tam moo gën a gudd man waaw
xamuñu ne kooku rek mais yow sama bee rafet danga sañ sa sa yow dafa rafet yow loolu kër kenn c'est vrai on se présente waaw mooy ma patience
aman patient moi donc
la dama koy xëcc ba mu ñëw voilà sëriwaat ko encore
xool il faut ñu jël ndaw si
ndaw si jëru ma ko de ndaw si waaw Ya no, yow laa ko
mais yow
jaral.
ñun quoi amuñu photo bu ñu génne ñu photo ñu.
Ndaw si moom yow laa ko jaral.
amuñu souvenir ah.
Alhamdulilah waa dégg nga.
waaw mais man sama ensemble nii la rafetee maa ngi ëpp yow. waaw.
Monsieur.
Yeah, I'm coming on Friday. I present on Friday. I now go there for nice photo. I think so we need to go. Give me the post. I don't know. Your body is too much. Bring it back. Back. No. Again. I want you to Oh. Like members keep saying, I'm ready for you. Don't take it. Thank you. Any position, no. Okay. Move this side. No. Rotate. No, you're rotating. This side. Okay. Yes. Yeah. No, no. Just okay. No, this side. Get the force. So that's the second one. What do you want from me? Hey, send my presentation. Did you send my presentation? I just said he wants his presentation. We still finishing a photo future. You know, I'm coming now. No, I'm coming later with but all day. I'm coming. I'm coming this way. You're properly coming. So you see, how do I stay? For this one, easy. Hey, but I've seen you. Yeah.
Okay. Ça? Ah, elle ne sera pas là.
Chers collègues, on va reprendre nos travaux, s'il vous plaît.
Recording in progress.
Est-ce que les interprètes sont prêts? Ils sont pas là?
C'est-à-dire qu'il manque une langue. Il va manquer une langue. On va voir le numéro.
Comment on peut savoir s'ils sont tous à leur place? Hmm?
Le problème, les assistants ne sont même pas là. Le mari de Dieu n'est pas là.
Ça, il aurait dû être là. Chers collègues, j'espère que les interprètes sont tous à leur place. Nous allons donc reprendre nos travaux. Donc, nous avons à la prochaine séance une présentation sur l'état des droits et de la protection de l'enfant en Afrique. Et la première présentation sera faite par Madame Nina Tundu sur l'exploitation et abus sexuels des enfants en ligne. Ceci dit, nous devons nous rendre à l'évidence que l'expansion des technologies, c'est ce que j'appréhendais. En effet, les interprètes ne sont pas tous à leur place. Marie-Bébé qui s'amène. Marie-Bébé, nous, on est prêts, malheureusement, au niveau de la traduction. Ils ne sont pas là.
Chairperson, this is the team leader. I have already called our colleagues to come in.
It's okay now, so I can continue. Donc, devons nous rendre à l'évidence que l'expansion des technologies de l'information et des communications a fait de l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants en ligne un phénomène malheureusement en plein essor. Les nouvelles technologies font désormais partie intégrante de la vie des enfants et jouent un rôle extrêmement important dans leur développement éducatif et social. Ceci dit,
There's no English translation. Please, Mr.
No Arabic.
finalement, je les vois. J'espère qu'ils sont tous à leur place.
De la France vers l'anglais, il n'existe plus.
C'est bon, je peux continuer? C'est bon? No? Still not.
No, still yet.
Pour une fois que nous sommes tous arrivés à l'heure, vous voyez? Et on avait prévu de terminer à 16 heures, mais là... Voilà, je vais continuer. Donc, je vous disais que les nouvelles technologies font partie intégrante de la vie des enfants et jouent un rôle extrêmement important dans leur développement éducatif et social. Mais malgré tout, cela nécessite un apprentissage responsable, d'autant plus que les enfants sont particulièrement vulnérables dans cet environnement.
So prior to our break, we were having presentations about improving the well-being of children. And now we are going to hand over the floor for another presentation this afternoon.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable Chair. And thank you, everyone. Yes, I hope we all had a good lunch. I know it's not always easy after lunch, but let's do what we can. Yes. Okay, so my presentation it will not be a long one. It will be looking at we looked at ending harmful practices, child marriage and FGM before lunch. Now we're looking at the other project that we also work on, which is on strengthening regional and national capacity and action against online child sexual exploitation and abuse. It is not only sexual exploitation, we also look at it as exploitation and abuse. So we have a strategy and plan of action from 2020 to 2025. Now, in line with the African Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection 2014, the African Union launched a project on strengthening regional and national capacity and action against what we call OXE, which is online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Subsequently, a strategy and plan of action was developed and validated. This is 2020 to 2025, in order to put in place a comprehensive and coordinated effort to galvanize member states and other stakeholders to accelerate action in addressing OXE, including prevention, protection, and prosecution. Okay, the objectives of OXE, the plan of action and strategy, is to generate evidence among member states and other stakeholders, but starting with member states, generate evidence to guide advocacy and programmatic response to OXE, increase continental awareness, political support and investments in OXE, strengthen institutional frameworks, including laws and legislation against OXE, and also monitoring and accountability mechanisms on OXE at the continental, regional, and country levels. And also to provide practical continental guidelines and technical assistance to catalyze policy, programmatic, and advocacy actions, including strengthening institutional capacity and infrastructure to respond to OXE at continental, regional, and country levels. The other objective is to develop stronger continental, regional, and national networks and multinational partnerships between the education sector, integrating OXE in national school curriculums and in the ICT industry. Particularly, we all know that a lot of our people are on social media, people are on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all kinds of things. So the ICT industry is very important in managing this kind of images, pornographic images, grooming of children, access to being exploited by children, being exploited by older persons, in areas such as the dark web. So the industry is very important. So where we are with OXE, I won't go into much detail. So, during the fourth session of the Specialized Technical Committee in 2022, this was when OXE was adopted. It would have been adopted at that time, 2020 to 2020, but it was during the time of COVID. So our next STC was in 2022. So we have not gone to a great detail of engaging a lot with at the parliamentarian level, because we are still in the stages of developing the program. So what we have done so far, we have had a number of consultations in-house. Some of these consultations are where we are now. We had consultation in 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya, where we brought in young people to also give, like I said earlier, in all our programs, we cannot do anything without young people. It doesn't make any sense. So we brought in young people from across the continent through our partners to discuss how they relate to, how they engage online. At school, at home, are they faced with cyberbullying? Are they faced with other forms of exploitation, pornography, grooming, and other things? So we got very good recommendations on how, and this is what I mentioned earlier, on how families can be very much involved in making sure that their children are being monitored. I know a lot of parents, a number of parents here are busy. We're busy, we're working. So you just hand the child the phone and you're like, okay, baby, just play with that. Listen to one of the favorite ones that they listen to, Shark toot 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 toot, Shark toot 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 toot. I'm sure you've heard that tune. So you just hand the baby the phone and you're like, because you're busy. But it's important to have boundaries. It's important for the families from the beginning to make sure the children know what we're doing. We know what our children are doing and what they're looking at. Their minds are not being... Now, concerning where we are now, in our department, Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, this year we have started doing a model law on online child exploitation and abuse. We had initially called it sexual exploitation and abuse, but it's not just sexual. There's a lot going on. So it's child exploitation and abuse. So we have started doing a model law, which with some of our partners, we started putting it together, and it should be ready by the end of this year. And we shall be consulting with different groups such as young people, member state experts, parliamentarians. Since it's a model law, we will need the parliamentarians also to give their input and to take it forward. A model law is a long process. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. It could take until end of 2025. But where we are now, we are moving on forward with it. It's in the draft stage, and we are developing it, and it should be ready by November for consultation. So, yes, I've already explained. So the model law is a key document which will act as a guideline, mainly for member states to develop or strengthen legislation, policies and programs to ensure an acceleration in the fight against OXE and in the overall protection of children's digital rights in the fast evolving digital world. One thing I wanted to mention is, yes, we've come to the end, but one thing I wanted to mention is this. When we're talking about the digital rights of children, we're looking at OXE, which is a negative thing. It's a negative thing. Exploitation, whether online or not, exploitation and abuse of children is abuse of children. But another side to it, we are promoting also the key role of education online. During COVID, we saw that children were not going to school; they were learning online. And this is and in this generation, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, this is where they're going. But they need to learn. They need to have digital skills and digital literacy in the right way. And this needs laws and legislation that protects their privacy, that protects them against being exploited. You know, so this is a key thing important to us. And also, there's some countries who are doing well. South Africa is one of them. Protection of children against online exploitation. There are other countries who have been trying. They have the necessary legislation, but it's not being implemented because they say there's limited funding. There are other important things. We need to feed children. We need to deal with poverty. We need to handle this. We need to handle that. Online exploitation is last on the list, you know. So, as always, social issues usually come last on the list, but online is even more last on the list. But there's some countries who are doing well. Also, Ghana is doing well. Also, Kenya is doing well in trying to put in these mechanisms and laws in place to make sure children and children in particular are protected, and also people in particular are protected in terms of their digital rights. So this is just my brief presentation, just to give you an idea of what we're doing. And the last thing is, we are also working to promote the development of actionable strategies for I mentioned it already, for integrating child protection into national education policies and curricula. Our colleagues earlier on talked about it. It's important to have that as well, and to have these strategies of the online learning. So this is it for me. I said I'd keep it short, so I hope I did keep it short, and welcome to any questions or points of clarification. Thank you, honorables.
Merci.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I have taken note of what you mentioned about a model law which is being developed, particularly with regards to the exploitation of children and the abuses that can occur. So we are waiting impatiently for this model law to come along. And here at the Pan-African Parliament, we have developed a certain number of model laws ourselves. For example, one of the most recent is the model law on people living with disabilities. So we are very enthusiastic about this model law, and we look forward to reading about it. Now, I would like to give my colleagues the opportunity to take the floor. And I see on my right... excuse me. No, I believe we're going to have the last presentation first. And this presentation is on child labor. I'm not sure if this is an online presentation or if he is with us in the room, Dr. Sabelo Mbokazi. Yes, please come to the front of the room. And please feel free to make your presentation. Can you give us your name, please? Please go ahead.
And thank you for the opportunity. So I'll be presenting child labor on behalf of On behalf of Dr. Sabelo Mukazi, the head of Labor, Employment and Migration Division. So my name is Mary Aisha Menta. I'm an officer working in the Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development Department of the AUC, and specifically under Labor, Employment and Migration. So we are going to look at two key areas today, speaking on the African Union's 10-year action plan to eradicate child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery in Africa, and also a brief overview on the establishment of the Consortium on Child Labor and Children on the Move in Africa. So giving an overview of child labor and also the statistics on children in Africa, according to statistics, we can see that about 47% of Africa's population is made up of children, and it is estimated that in year 2055, we could see that there will be about 1 billion children on the continent, which makes us the youngest continent in the world. And it's also estimated, unfortunately, that there are about 92 million children in Africa which are involved in child labor, which makes a total of 1/5 of the child population in Africa. And out of this 92 million, statistics show that 60% of the age group, 60% are the youngest, aging from age 5 to 11. And we can see that 80% of these 92 million are involved in child labor in agriculture, 14% are involved in manufacturing or industry, and also 6% are involved in services. We can also see that, according to statistics, 82% of these children which are involved in child labor are from the rural areas, and 72% of them combine both work and school. We can also see that 45% of this population also are involved in dangerous or hazardous work. Statistics also show that boys are more prevalent, are more involved in child labor than girls. And in East Africa has the highest population of child labor. We can see it has 30%, and followed by West Africa and then Central Africa. So before I go into this slide, I just want to give the underlying causes of child labor and why statistics on child labor is this high. And we can see that some underlying causes are as a result of poverty, which are linked. You see, most poor families are involved in subsistence farming, especially in the rural areas. We can also see that one cause of child labor is the issue of unemployment and underemployment, where the parents or the guardians force these children to work in order to earn more income for the family. And also the inadequacy of social safety nets and also social protection services also push children to child labor. And also poor access to social services like education. So for example, in most rural areas, there's poor access to education and health services. So basically, if you're not going to school, you will definitely go to work. And the last one is lack of awareness on the risks and the dangers that are involved in child labor. And I would also like to point out that also traditional and cultural practices also leads to child labor. So with these underlying causes, the African Union Commission developed the 10-year action plan on eradication of child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery in Africa. And the strategy was developed in 2019. That was the initial draft, and then it was taken in the same year, 2019, in December, to the STC on Social Development, Labor and Employment to be endorsed. And then afterwards, in 2020, the action plan was adopted by the Executive Council. So this action plan is built upon Agenda 2063, especially Aspiration 6, Goal 18 of the Agenda 2063, which speaks to achieving engaged and empowered youth on the continent. The action plan is built also on some legal continental frameworks. I will point out two. The first is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and the second legal framework is on the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. So the African Charter on Human and People's Rights is overseen by the Banjul Commission, which is the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. They oversee this charter, and also the Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child is overseen by ASEWAC, as my sister presented earlier this morning. Okay, there are other policy frameworks at AU level that the action plan aligns with, and the action plan aligns with Africa's Agenda for Children 2040, which is fostering an Africa fit for children, and it also aligns with the campaign to end child marriage in Africa, as presented by my colleague Nina here. And it also aligns with the plan of action on family in Africa. It aligns with the Ouagadougou action plan to combat trafficking in human beings, especially women and children. It also aligns with CISA, which is on education, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. It aligns with migration policies, which is the migration policy framework for Africa. It aligns with employment and social protection policies, which is the Ouagadougou 10+ action plan on employment, poverty eradication, and inclusive development in Africa. It also aligns with several gender and women empowerment policies. So the goal of the action plan on child labor, trafficking in persons, human trafficking, and modern slavery is to contribute and support the acceleration of progress towards the achievement of Agenda 2063 as well as UN SDG 8.8. And this involves ending child labor by 2025 and forced labor, human trafficking, modern slavery by 2030. The target population are children, women, and men who are victims of vulnerable to the forms of exploitation addressed by Agenda 2063 and SDG 8.7. So the action plan has some guiding principles which will guide the implementation of this strategy. And the first guiding principle is that the action plan is rights-based, so it focuses on human rights. It also has the best interest of the child. It's also gender sensitive and child sensitive, so it puts the children first in the implementation of all the priority areas. It is non-discriminatory, so no matter the status of that child, whether the child is a migrant child, a child living with disabilities, and all children living in vulnerable situations, it does not discriminate. It also has a principle of shared responsibility and solidarity. Shared responsibility, speaking to both public and private partnerships, and also solidarity among all stakeholders. It has a principle of participation and open cooperation, leadership and accountability, where the government takes leadership and all other stakeholders are accountable amongst themselves. It has the principle of consultation and coordination, subsidiarity, due diligence in public-private partnerships. So there are 9 key strategic interventions of the action plan, and the first is engagement of AU organs and relevant structures like the Pan-African Parliament, which are for advocacy, policy setting, and policy monitoring. The second strategic area deals with capacity building for effective national programs, where member states capacities are built in order to be able to implement policies that are geared towards addressing child labor. The third strategic intervention is legislation and enforcement, which laws and policies are being developed and implemented towards addressing child labor. Education and skills training, ensuring that children have quality education, and also involved in some form of TVET, that is vocational trainings. The first strategic intervention is awareness campaigns on the issues relating to child labor. So many campaigns are held and should be held to advocate against child labor. The next strategic intervention deals with addressing child labor in priority sectors. Priority sectors, like as I earlier mentioned, that 80% of the children that are involved in child labor are in agriculture and in industry and also in services. So addressing child labor in these specific sectors where child labor is high is one strategic intervention that the action plan tries and also plans to achieve. The next is addressing child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery in conflict and emergency situations. Also, multi-stakeholder platform for partnerships between public and private, and also partnership among member states, RECs, and also local governments. And the next and the last strategic intervention deals with statistics and knowledge management, where we keep track of the progress, whether reducing child labor and also having like an overview of the status of child labor on the continent, and finding ways to also decrease the statistics. Since the adoption of the 10-year plan by the Executive Council in 2020, a lot of progress has been done in implementing this strategy. And the first progress that has been achieved to realize this action plan is the AUC launched a consortium on children on the move and child labor. To address and also achieve the activities and the strategic interventions under the action plan, the African Union came together with 4 strategic partners. So it's a 5 partnership consortium that involves the AUC, the IOM, ILO, ASEWAC, and also UNICEF. So these 5 institutions came together to establish the consortium. And the consortium is geared towards addressing issues on child labor and also children on the move in Africa. The consortium was launched 12th of April this year in Maseru, Lesotho, at the ASEWAC office in Maseru. Ever since the consortium has been established, several activities have also underwent in the consortium. For instance, the consortium has engaged with the working group, the ASEWAC working group on children and on children and business on the 13th of April. And it also co-organized the high panel discussion on children on the move with ASEWAC Secretariat. And also the team, the 5 partners have also come together to finalize the terms of reference for the consortium. And most importantly, one of the main achievements that the consortium has achieved is a proposal that leads to achieving set priorities on child labor and children on the move in Africa. Also, the second achievement ever since the action plan was adopted was that child labor and children on the move issues, child labor issues, have been mainstreamed into several AU policy frameworks. So the AU in 2023 developed 3 main, the Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development Department developed 3 main policy frameworks in 2022. And these frameworks have an inclusion of child labor issues, how to address child labor issues in the framework. So the first framework is the AU policy on prevention and trafficking in persons in Africa, which has an element of child labor in it. Also, the AU policy on prevention of smuggling of migrants has an element of child labor, and also the AU declaration on promotion of the rights of migrants. Several also advocacy and awareness campaigns have been made. The AU and the 4 partners, the consortium, commemorated the World Day Against Child Labor on the 12th June. So the 5 partners came together under the consortium to publish a statement addressing and also speaking to the issues of child labor in Africa. Among several, also the consortium organized a side event at the just concluded 5th Specialized Technical Committee on Labor Employment, on Social Development, Labor and Employment this last August, and the consortium organized a side event that spoke to addressing child labor issues as well. So in this progress and also from where we are coming from and where we are going, we would like to point out that the Pan-African Parliament has a very huge role to play. And one of the major roles that the Pan-African Parliament can play in achieving the strategic intervention and also the goal of the action plan to eradicate child labor in Africa is that it has a role of legislation enforcement. So the Pan-African Parliament can develop, strengthen, and also harmonize national legislation to combat child labor in Africa. And this aligns with the strategic intervention area that speaks to legislation and enforcement in the action plan. The Pan-African Parliament can also play the role of policy monitoring, where parliamentarians monitor and also evaluate the progress and in the implementation of child labor policies on the continent. The Pan-African Parliament can also play the role of advocacy to end child labor and also organize awareness campaigns to sensitize all stakeholders, people in the rural communities on ending child labor in Africa. And also one role amongst many other roles is that the Pan-African Parliament can engage in multi-stakeholder engagement where all stakeholders are brought on one platform to discuss on the way forward to implement addressing child labor issues on the continent. So with these few roles, among many others, I would like to point out that the Pan-African Parliament has a huge role in achieving our AU Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and it has a huge role to play in addressing child labor issues on the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Mary. Si j'ai bien noté votre nom.
If I understood your name, we're going to recognize our fellow parliamentarians. On that note, I wanted to add something about child labor, which has got a connection with poverty. So, because in trying to attempt to help the family get along, the child is much more likely to drop out of school. So we have to make sure that people are properly remunerated in the future. More there is child labor, more it becomes a social norm. That's why parliamentarians ought to do everything in their power to eradicate child labor, especially forced labor, and the trade of children that is being carried out across the continent. On that note, let me give the opportunity to my fellow parliamentarians. I'll start from those who are in the middle.
This morning, I think you wanted to intervene, but you didn't get the opportunity. I do not know why. Anyway, now you can intervene.
Okay. Am I on? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Honorable Parker from the Mountain Kingdom, Lesotho. I don't even know where I should start now. because because the presenters are not here. So I think it will be quite a disappointment to ask while they're not here. The ones who presented in the morning. No, the ones who presented on education and those who presented on the Save the Children. I was a little bit frustrated when I saw statistics saying there are some Basotho nation who are paying bribes for public schools, for their children to be in public schools. So I wanted to understand how data was collected and the office they used to make sure that they are giving the world what is correct. And also, I wanted to say a lot of things about education systems and improvements in Lesotho because there was less on it. I think the Mountain Kingdom is doing a lot on the development of education and on the I remember I wanted to tell the House that we have 0 to 4 children and 4 to 18 as people we call children, those who are still under the care of parents and the government. And all of those children, education is taken care of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Social Development. Fortunately, the social development takes them out immediately when they are 18. But the Ministry of Education doesn't take them out. They don't roll them out because they understand why they never finish off in time because of our terrain. Lesotho is a mountainous country, and it's often not easy for smaller children to be moving from A to E, going to school. So that means our older children are at the lower classes as far as the mountains are concerned. And I was saying that only this quarter we are rehabilitating about 45 classrooms at the mountains. And we are working on the laboratories on the mountains. It is only for this quarter. I think I can say a lot, but this will be enough, and I'm thankful. Thank you.
Merci, honorable Lesotho, pour votre
Thank you, Honorable Member from Lesotho, for your statement. Now, in the middle, is there any request for the floor on the two presentations we've listened to this afternoon? we will not come back to what was said this morning.
Sahrawi Republic.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا أريد أن أشكر كل الإخوة والأخوات الذين تقدموا بالعروض.
I want to take this opportunity to thank all the presenters, all the colleagues who have taken the floor today. And I want to reaffirm the importance of the mobilization that we have been able to garner as MPs, so that we are able to continue our efforts to come up with legislation that is going to continue to guide us in our quest for the tools that will help us understand why these laws have not been able to be implemented, so that we're able to mobilize and try to tweak the consciousness of our citizens in continuing the efforts that we are pursuing. And also we want to continue making efforts to protect the child against all the abuses and making sure that children are not really pushed from pillar to post, and make sure that all these programs and platforms that go beyond the capacity of governments, and as MPs and as local MPs, because I think what I understand is that we are not able to do what we want to do because of the internet, because the internet sometimes is a hindrance to what we want to do. So we want to hear our colleagues if they can propose any ideas, any legislations, or if we have to have recourse to pressure at the level of our governments or international organizations, so that they're able to exert the pressure that is required on these platforms. And if I understood you well, I think it is quite difficult for local parliaments to protect their citizenry from this kind of situations. Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Wangoi Marie-Thérèse from the DRC, Justice Committee. We have another matter that we have to address. It is the street kids, because if this problem is not resolved and if we have not found a solution, I think it's going to be extremely difficult to stop children working, because sometimes it is children that are looking for this job in order to survive. So we need to find a solution to street kids before we can make progress. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Any other request for the floor? The chairperson of the Education Committee, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. From word go, I wanted to apologize to the colleague who was supposed to have taken the floor this morning. Unfortunately, I didn't see her raising her hand. So by the time I came back to her, it was too late. So apologies. So the issue of child labor, especially in West Africa, when we talk about child labor, we think about Togo and Ghana, and they're biggest producers of cocoa in the world. And oftentimes, peasant parents have got children, and naturally, because I heard one of the MPs this morning saying that in some areas, when the father is a fisherman, he wants the child to become a fisherman. So it's the same thing in Cote d'Ivoire. We have populations that are great producers of cocoa, therefore contributing to the production of chocolates. And parents, therefore, want their children to work with them. They have no contracts. The children don't sign any contracts. I think the interpretation that we make of it sometimes leads to the abuse that we have witnessed. And I know somebody who claimed to have been doing something and was doing something totally different. So those who went to his field found children. In truth, they are not children, because the youngest was aged 16 years, and the oldest was 20 years, and I was pushed to stop the project that he had with the funding agency, because they're the ones that contribute financially. So I want to address myself to the lady who made the presentation on child labor, so that I can hear her understanding on how we actually sequence the age groups. Because when you hear people from countries that are forest-based and those who are maybe in different arrangements, how the pressure is exerted by the European Union, who say we were not going to buy the chocolate anymore because there are children who are working in your fields. So apart from that, I think most cases, children, well, if we call them children, but they're over 18 years old. So they sign contracts at a very tender age. I'm not going to name names, but now I suppose that everyone signs a professional contract, and they are contributing to the economy of those countries, because this is really the commodity that brings the most money. And on the economic in terms of economic contribution, I think these are the areas that contribute the most. So how can we get a better grip on how this is done? Because I see some people work in garages. They are young. They're actually learning. So they're not children, but these are people who are making progress, and we have to make sure that these people work. So again, just as is the case with children in schools, people work in fields. Sometimes you can't send them to, or you can't tell them how to clean something or to clean a tire. Sometimes it's just how the West interprets all this and says that it is child labor, so that in Africa we are able to come up with clear ideas about how we understand the matter.
S'il n'y a pas d'autres
If there are no further honourable MPs who would like to speak, I would like to give the floor back to our presenters. Madame Ndudu first, and then Madame Gowe next.
Thank you so much, honorable chairs and honorables on the high table. I didn't catch. I had to step out quickly, but I don't think I caught any particular question. or comment, but I would just like to say that we shall be continuing to engage on this model law. It's very important, and PAP is one of the key institutions that we need to engage in the model law, and we shall be having future engagements at least by early next year, so that we can make this model law strong, not just a document that because we have many documents, as you know, at the level of the AU that come and just sit there and we refer to them and so on. But this has to be something which has to have a buy-in by member states. So this is something which we shall continue with, and continue with working with children, with our partners, making sure that they have the necessary skills to protect themselves, or their families, to protect themselves against online exploitation and abuse, and also to get those digital skills as we move into this future world of digital learning. But I want to just add one thing, but it's concerning my colleague Mary from the Labor and Employment. Our work is cross-cutting, and we have had a situation where we had a partner who approached us earlier this year, and they wanted to hold a meeting with us at the AU, and they wanted to hold a meeting on child labor. This is not my area, but because I deal with children in particular, they wanted to hold a meeting on child labor and how to protect children against bad working conditions. So this was very confusing for us, because we've been we have all these charters, frameworks, policies that say children must not work. But there are some children who need to work. There are some child-headed households. There are some families, as we've talked, who send their children to work, and so on. So this is something which we really struggled with, and I'm just putting it out there to say that that's something which is not easy to. We can say yes, okay. This African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child says children must not work. Policy framework under labor and employment said children must not work. 14, 15-year-old children must not work. But what if they're forced to work? What about the poverty that they're faced with? They're forced to work. The point that we're making is, if we are put in a situation where we need to work or we want to work to make money for our families, it wasn't just by force, and we want to make money for our families, shouldn't we also have the chance to have decent working conditions, even if we're children? I'm not talking about 6-year-olds or 7-year-olds in sweatshops, no, but slightly older, yes. Don't we have that right? You know, if we do want to work and we want to bring in some money, we want to go to school, yes, but sometimes those opportunities are not there. Our parents cannot afford the school fees, they cannot afford the uniforms and so on, but we need decent working conditions as well. Just to put it out there and to say that it's something that we don't agree with at the AU, but it's something that got us thinking. You know, we don't agree with it at all, but it's something that really got us thinking. So I'll pass on to Mary. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nina, for that comment. I would like to acknowledge the comment that came from the honorable member on taking into account kids on the streets to address child labor. So it's something that would take home to think about and how to incorporate into our policies going forward, incorporating how we can address taking kids off the streets so they cannot be forced to work. Also, on to address also honorables question and also comment on the age group. According to the African Charter of Human on the rights and welfare of the child, the definition of a child is anyone below the age of 18. So from 0 to 17 is a child. So those working at the age of 18, that is already a youth. A youth is from 18 to 35. So that is another different issue on its own, which has to be addressed in maybe a youth forum. But these children are on the age of 0 to 17, and any child that is working between those ages is considered to be working under child labor. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Merci donc à Madame.
Thank you very much to both our presenters for having responded to the comments and questions. And with that, we come to the end of our first day. And I would like to thank you all for your active participation. And I'd like to wish you a very good evening. And we will be back tomorrow morning. Marie Bebe is asking me to wait. Sorry, Honorable. I just wanted to remind everyone that the meeting will indeed continue tomorrow, but in room 3. We will be in room 3 tomorrow. So our proceedings will continue tomorrow morning from 9 o'clock in room 3. And that will be the final day of our workshop. Thank you.
Recording stopped.